Are we moving?
So beautiful.
Are we moving?
So weird. The effect's not quite the same on film. So we're on our way in a snowstorm to go try to find someone that's lost in the woods. You'll say a prayer. Hi, everyone. Our opening verse is Isaiah 40:29. He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. Isaiah 40:29. And we'll pray. Father, we thank you for this broadcast. We thank you for this channel. We thank you for the people that are here. We thank you for all the ways that you provide and protect for us. And we just love you. We thank you for the knowledge that we gain from you. We thank you for the Holy Spirit discernment. We pray that it will always, that the Holy Spirit will always stay with us and keep us covered. And Lord, we pray your blessings over Tracker B. We pray your protection over her and her family. And we thank you for the opportunity to get to spend a little more time with her again tonight. In Jesus' name, amen.
How are we doing, everybody? We're just kind of getting back into the streams. We're kind of slowing things down. We'll explain a few of those things in just a little while. But first, we're going to go through the announcements, and then we'll go to the comments, and then we'll welcome our guest who's going to be here in about 30 minutes. And those comments will usually take us right to about that time with the announcements. We have 4 Facebook group pages: Oklahoma Bigfoot Predator Watch, Antlers and Surrounding Areas, Choctaw Missing and Murdered Woman, Woman and Son, WOMBMAN, and Son Center and Database, Lead Tracker E, and Predator Bigfoot and the Spiritual Warrior's Path. Those are the 4 Facebook groups that we have. We share and mirror this image, this information there, as well as on our Patreon. The DVD, let's get that pictures up for you. Here is the Bigfoot documentary, Oklahoma Bigfoot Predator Watch, Antlers and Surrounding Areas. Let me get to where I can be seen here. Antlers and Surrounding Areas. This DVD is, when you watch it, you're going to understand that we went into a lot of places where we don't want people going. This DVD shows you what is out there and what to look for. And we are trackers, so we do things differently. But we will show you what to look for. There are Bigfoots on the DVD in photos and video. Plus, we show you some translucents that we caught out there as well. It's a DVD that no one else has produced anything like it yet. We do go into some areas that we don't want people going into, but we show you where it's at. So if you see these things out there, you'll know exactly what's there. You don't have to go to that spot, but also to inform someone who might be able to help you rid your property or your area of these predator Bigfoots. The book 1, I guess we could say. Got a picture here. Oh, it's not a very good one.
You have the book.
Okay, let's go to the book. Predator Bigfoot and Spiritual Warrior's Path. This is on Amazon. This is our first book. We're going to produce a couple more. We're going to talk about the next one in just a moment. but this is Predator Bigfoot and the Spiritual Warrior's Path. Put it to where I can see here. You can get this on Amazon. If you read this book already, you understand the importance of it. If you haven't, I would suggest that you get this book. And just the contents alone, if you go and read the reviews on Amazon or the contents, the content is provided, the table of contents is provided on the website or on Amazon. So you can go there, read the reviews, and see just how important and how other researchers or people who's been doing this has learned from this book and is using it. Let's see. So the book and the documentary. A very important combination here. The book goes with the DVD and the DVD goes with the book. The book tells you what to look for. The DVD shows you what is out there. And that's on Amazon. Predator Bigfoot and the Spiritual Warrior's Path again. Whenever you get a chance, get your book, read it, and you'll understand what we're talking about. But if you don't have your book, of course you won't understand, and you'll still have a lot of questions that this book will answer for you. Predator Bigfoot and Spiritual Warrior's Path on Amazon. Patreon members, is a link below if anyone would like to become a Patreon member to help support this channel, support us trackers. We go to different places, help in different areas, and sometimes we need a little help with the gas money and things like that. But we do appreciate all the support the Patreon members have been giving us. We really thank you for that support. It's gotten us through a lot of places and back, so we appreciate you very much. Also, to support the Tracker channel, Cash App. It's also in the link below, or Patreon. PayPal. If you would like to help in that way too, every bit helps. It helps us continue with what we're doing, and just keeps the channel going. We've been given a tracker training course and keeping up with our regular tracker meetings, so we haven't had the time really to do these streams. So
we've missed it.
This is like our second night back, really.
We've missed y'all.
Missed everybody, and we'll get to the comments in just a moment. But we do thank everybody for being here tonight. Again, this is not an open forum. This is a tracker channel. Here we give updates. We have interviews, live tracking. We have tracking lessons and tracking videos that we share. This is all about tracking, and we share what we find out there in our updates or in the interviews when people share information with us, and then we can help them with their deterrence or understand what happened and how things came about. Monitors, let's use our axes out there. Let's get ready. We don't know how. We've got a lot of new viewers.
Welcome to you.
And welcome to you. Not a lot, I would say, maybe
3.
I was thinking 7 or 10.
Could be.
But for us, that's
see
a
some
lot.
good names in there.
Yeah, there were some good names that we've seen in there, and we welcome everybody. But please understand, this is a tracking channel. This is where we do the interviews, live tracking. It's not really an intermingle kind of channel. We do the comments in the beginning. We say hi to each other. We love saying hi to let everyone know we're happy that they're here.
And we love y'all making friends with each other too. It's just when the guest comes on, we want to be respectful and let them try to keep the talking to a very, very minimum, and wait for your questions until the very end. We'll do the same. Mm-hmm. We take notes during the interviews. We don't do a whole lot of interrupting. We can't stand that in other interviews. Try to be quiet and let them do the talking, and then we'll ask the questions at the end. So you can put your questions in all caps when we're finished, and we'll go over your questions with Tracker B.
And like we're saying, this is not an open forum, so don't be starting conversations about other channels or other people or what you had for dinner or what you're going to have for dinner. Don't try to coax other people into conversations in the chat. We're here to learn. We're here to listen. Every interview or all the information that's given and shared is important, and it does save lives. So we're not like a regular channel. When we do have our interviews, we're not going to be paying attention to the chat. We want to hear what the person's got to say or what they want to share with us, which you're allowed, the new viewers, besides the trackers, because this started off as a tracker channel for 10 people. We just wanted to expand, but more people wanted to learn what we was doing.
And we're glad of that.
And we're glad of that, and we welcome the people who want to learn. But the people who are here to interfere, we've gotten rid of. We've blocked so many people because this is not that kind of channel. We don't want to have the conversations, the chit chat, and things like that going on while we're either giving the lesson for the trackers or for the person that's in the interview. They're sharing important information, and we need to pay attention to what they're saying, and then we can help at the end. The comments, the comments and questions will be answered at the end, as long as it pertains to the topic, the lesson, or the interview. If we're talking about tracking just the tracks, how to distinguish tracks, and then you pop in with a question about frequencies, that one's not going to be answered because we have other streams that talk about frequencies, all over 300 something videos of different topics like that. So if you want to learn about frequencies, go to the video that we have for frequency.
We just try to keep the scope of each program narrow each time we have one.
So, let's see.
And there are a lot of great channels for the interaction.
Oh yeah. You can go to other channels and talk and
interact with them
and have fun and cut up and do things. But here, what we talk about for the trackers are people out in the field. This information is important to us out in the field. It can save our lives and it can save your lives. So we're open to letting people listen to what's going on, to what we do and how we handle things. But we do not want any interference with the lessons or the interviews. The new Spanish version book will be out very soon. We're waiting on the last details or the last. It's being translated. Here is the new cover. Pa grande el predador y el sendero del guerrera espiritual. This is the new Spanish version of the book Predator Bigfoot and the Spiritual Warrior's Path. So it's all coming soon. The new book is at the top. The arriving soon. The Spanish version of the Predator Bigfoot and the Spiritual Warrior's Path. And at the very bottom, Predator Bigfoot, Vessels of Hope versus the Agents of Darkness. And I should have had that big one by itself, but I didn't get that one out. So tonight we are talking. Oh, let me get to this other part. Trackers, we want to give you a shout out. Say hello. It's been a while, but most of you have been in the tracker meetings, so you know what we're talking about. But to the ones who are out there who are not in the tracker meetings, but you've been paying attention and keeping up with us, we're saying hello to you. We miss our interactions with you. We miss some of our very good friends who's we didn't part ways, but we just didn't see eye to eye on the directions that we were going. We miss y'all. Just want to let y'all know that, but we will always welcome you back. But there's just certain things that we have to protect the entire tracking team with. And if you've been paying attention and watching, you understand what could have happened with the few things that did happen. But we don't want that kind of energy with us.
And why we set the team rules just the way that we do.
Yeah.
Just to keep everyone safe.
And this channel is a little bit more stricter than most. But it's just to protect our trackers and our new candidates that are coming in. So we don't mind blocking people. And if you're respectful,
we don't want to have to.
We don't want to. We want everybody to learn. We need people to learn what's going on, but we don't want any interference. And our monitors have been instructed to delete and block people left and right if people interfere. But if you don't,
we don't expect any.
We don't expect it, but it's just to let people know what will happen.
We just want everyone else to know what to expect.
Tracker training course candidates, we want to say how proud of you we are. We're graduating March 21st. Make sure you've watched every bit of that stream and did every bit of the homework. Most of everyone has. I think there's one or two that still needs one or two lessons. And thank you to the other tracker training candidates who sent us the deleted information, and we're glad you had those notes. We was looking over them and we was going, wow, look at all this information that the candidates are getting. We're so proud of you. Stick with it. We're almost through the course, and just like the military, you don't get to quit. Now you've went too far, you don't get to quit. So suck it up, like we say. Let's keep moving. Drive forward.
You can do it.
And we know you can do it. You were chosen for a reason. We didn't just let anyone into the tracker training course, and everyone knows that. You had to be a certain caliber. You had to be vouched for, or we had to know you personally and know how you have been. And that's the tracker training course candidates. And once they're graduated, you're going to see a lot of new information that's going to be shared out there right now. Everyone's still learning, but once they're finished, they're going to have all the information that we have that we're sharing with the trackers. We do have a store.
We just keep forgetting to tell y'all that we have a store.
Spreadsheet. Okay. And on the back of this little laptop, we have a sticker that's the tracker training course. The tracker's emblem on it. This is actually the one that we're using for shirts and everything, but we will have another one of our trackers. His daughter wants to make shirts and things for us. So this is the Spread Shop coffee cup that one of our other trackers had bought for us because we don't have really the excess money to be doing even to get a cup.
So sweet of her.
But she bought us both cups and a couple of stickers because we had a little extra. And we want to thank you again for that. But there is a Spread Shop store that we have. You can get some cups and things like that until we get our other system up. Soon we'll be having Etsy. This is where we'll be selling our own books and our own. And this is also where our tracker his daughter is going to be connected and linked to the Etsy store. And that's where you're going to get the tracker shirts like what we use in the field and those emblems. You'll get those. So the new book, Vessels of Hope versus Agents of Darkness. That's the new book that's coming out. We're almost through with that. We can't wait till we can present that to everybody. It's more information than anyone has ever put out there or put together for the Predator Bigfoot kind of series kind of thing. We're about to also start some little handbooks. What were they called?
Field guides.
Field guides. Sorry, field guides. I shouldn't remember that. But we're going to be making some field guides for children. You can put them in their backpacks. I think we're going to make some stories too, so that the children understand the dangers and what to identify with. And also to let everybody know that the spiritual war is ongoing. So this is how we proceed in life. We know that we're in a spiritual war. We know there's an oath against us. We know that there's principalities doing everything they can to stop what we're doing too, but stop what you're doing. If you're if you're on a good path, if you're a child of God, these things, you're protected. You have the guarantee, but your family, your friends will be affected because they want to get you off of your path and back to the group, and they want you just like everybody else.
Should we talk about the tentative titles? Or anything about the field guides, or we'll go ahead and get to? It's already 7:30. We'll get to B.
Yeah, but B's not here yet, so we still need to do the comments. We're gonna go. You want to talk about that?
We can.
We're gonna go over the book field guides that we're gonna be working on to give you a little understanding of what to expect.
This is just our first draft, our basic ideas of what the individual small field guides will be. Volume 1, Predator Bigfoot Field Guide Urban Tracking for the Homeless. The different things that they in particular need to be aware of. They're very vulnerable. The Volume 2 we will tentatively call Home Safe Home, and it's our home tracking and deterrence video that we made that's on the Lead Tracker E channel. It will be that, but in written form, basically, covering the same material of how to set traps and how to recognize the trouble spots around your home and to deter predators from there. Our Volume 3, tentatively, and these will be small, spiritual warfare, and that'll cover the mind protection technique, spiritual house cleansing, the inside of your home. The Volume 2 is more about the outside and your property. The Volume 3 would be for the inside of the home, and also our spiritual thresholds and our spiritual armor. These will be not as great detail. These are little, basically pocket guides. Volume 4 will tentatively be called Tree Huggers, and we will cover bird language, shadow language, weapons and tools, mimicking, and with different illustrations of the way that the predators hide. Volume 5, tentatively called Track Hacks, about tracking tips and hacks and travel tips and different things that we've learned. A bit of a miscellaneous volume. Predator Bigfoot Field Guide Volume 6, tentatively called Weather and Woo, where we'll cover the fog, mist, storms, water, translucent viewing, that sort of thing. If you read our first book, you'll understand what we mean by those terms. And volume number 7, tentatively, will be faces and features, and we'll have hand-drawn illustrations as well as photos of the different that we have. And we will also do a small book of the Legend of Time. We've had several requests for that, to have it set by itself as an individual volume. And then we also have a children's book that we're working on. And so we ask your hand we ask for your prayers over these projects, so that we get the information out, so that there's no weapon formed against any of these projects will prosper. So,
and we can protect more people.
Yeah, that's the whole goal. That's the whole point of all of this. Okay,
we sent Bernice another to let her know that we're ready for her. But we're going to cover the comments now. Say hello to everybody and see how everybody's doing.
Okay.
Oh, you want to do the comments there?
No, it's good right
Okay,
here.
okay. Well, look who here. The
Cubinator is here
is
from
here.
Australia.
Uh-oh, we have a YouTube user.
YouTube user
All
says,
right.
hello, Cube. Hello, YouTube user.
Says, hello, Cube.
War Chief is here. Hi,
War Chief. Aito, Oyase, and
Osio.
Ola.
Yep.
Lead Horse, Lead Tracker E, Warriors and Friends. Lorna is here. All right, Lorna. We got those pictures. We want to talk to you about those pictures because in your bridge picture, you do have stuff going on, and you do have some translucent predators in there. And if you really think about what we're talking about, look for those spots around the bridge that we have talked about, and you'll see what we're talking about. Just let it flow. Lorna saying hello to Lead Tracker E and myself.
Glad you're here, Lorna.
Cubinator
says, me too. Just got back from photographing the bridge far out. That was an adventure.
All right,
good, Cubinator.
And if we're waiting for her, you may even get a chance to come on and tell us about it. Lorna saying hello, Cube. Cube is saying hello to Lorna and War Chief. Lorna's saying hello.
Lots of greetings.
Night Stars is here.
Hello, Night Stars says halito and hey everyone.
Everyone's saying hello to Night Stars, of course. She's asking how's everyone doing doing good tonight.
More greetings.
Cubinator says yes. She's doodling and just wait for us to get here.
And we'll start trying to give a little more time before we come in too, just to let everybody say hi and catch up real quick in the beginning. Because we love hearing from y'all too. JR is here. Good evening, everyone. Pray Linda, we must. Linda from Texas is with us.
Oh, and Linda, Scott just the Marines sent us a message that they want to relay a message to you about medications, and we'll get that to you in just a little while. It just came through just a little bit. Hey, there's Brian.
Hi,
Brian Cantley. You have some great pictures, and if we can, but we do apologize for not making that phone call. We just got so busy, and we have been busy. Now we're trying to slow down to where we can get back to doing this. And I'm gonna button my shirt; it looks too open.
Glad you're here, Brian.
Glad you're here, Brian. And you may. We've been wanting to talk with you, and hopefully we can get you on here if you would like, so we can go over what is happening in your area. And you do have some great photos. That's up, but it's still too high. It's like that's too high. Everyone's saying hi to JR over there because, of course, everybody knows him. But everyone, meet Brian Cantley. We've been talking with Brian for a little while. He sent some pictures, very good pictures, and we want to talk more with you, Brian. So everyone's saying hello to Brian there. Hi to Linda. Everybody's saying hi to Linda. Linda's saying hello.
ND Southpaw is with us.
ND South, look. She's been there twice. Night Stars. ND Southpaw. Everybody saying hello to ND.
Scott's Life.
Hey, there's Scott's Life. All right. Glad you're here. ND Southpaw. Everybody saying hello to everybody. ND Lefty.
Night Stars asks, how many people have the documentary DVD in this? You asking the people in the chat? We haven't counted.
Is anyone? Yeah, we haven't counted. And we've gave a lot of them away because people need them, and they didn't have the funds at the time. So
let's see.
I believe Cubinator is going to get his sometime. Scott's Life, I believe, has it. Linda, I believe, has it, or Pray We
I
Must.
think most of the trackers do.
Yeah, most of the trackers have it. Indy Southpaw says, I do, not stars.
Cubinator says, I read up on missing bow hunters from David Politis. That's scary stuff, right enough.
Yeah, bows are, I mean, you can take Bigfoots down with bows, but you've got to hit them where they, where you have to hit them, like we talk about. Cubinator is,
amen. People joined us in prayer.
Oh, good. There's the prayers. I like seeing that. Lorna. Hi, Lee Tracker and Jerry.
Hi,
Not
Night
Star.
Stars.
She said hello to us. Linda from Texas says, I have the DVD, Not Stars. Wedge.
Hey, Wedge. How you doing?
Antilles?
Antilles.
Antilles.
Glad you're here.
Very glad you're here. And everybody is too. They're saying hi to you. These people must know you. I don't know, right?
Yes. I've talked to him several times.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
In PRT.
Okay. So if you've got a good rapport with the group here, with most of these trackers here, then you have good rapport with us.
No trouble.
Everybody's saying hi to Scott and Wedge. Right? Wedge, yeah. Night Stars is thinking about getting the DVD. That's great.
I'm looking for Tracker B.
And it's good to get the DVD, especially if you need to. If somebody doesn't believe you, get the DVD and just let them watch that DVD. You'll see the Bigfoots in the trees. You'll see the pictures of them, how we tracked, where these things are. And if you watch that DVD, once you go outside and start looking around, you'll know exactly what to look for. The book helps you that way too. And there are sketches in the back of the book to show you what they look like. But the DVD, we take you into these locations. And we would rather you see the DVD than you go and try to find out what is in those areas. It's very dangerous, and we had enough weapons and everything skilled. We knew what we was doing. But kids, parents, hikers, campers, hunters don't know that these things are out there. Wedge Antes is saying, Antilles. I'm just going to say Wedge.
Just Wedge.
Wedge is saying hello to Southpaw. Probably Must is saying hello to Wedge. Scott saying hello to Night Stars. Lee Tracker is saying hello to everybody. All right. Wedge is saying hello to War Chief. And we have Blind Hauling with Holly in the room tonight.
And Jazzy.
She says, yes, we made it. And Mom is watching the TV. Mom and I are watching the TV. Just wanted to pop in and say hi, and we will be listening. And if you registered for the course yesterday, you can still link into that through that link. But if not, we'll send you the that tomorrow. But were you able to tell them to register and they can link in?
Who are you? Right now I'm trying to get a hold of
Holly and Jazzy.
Tracker B. No, I didn't tell them that, but you still are able to get into it.
Okay.
The link that you were already sent should still get you in.
Yeah. Not Star says the book. Everybody's saying hello to Holly and Jazzy. Even though you put blind hauling with Holly, everybody knows. Holly and them are saying hello. Everybody's saying hello to Blind Holly. Bernard Fox is in the room.
Hi, Bernard.
Congratulations on the books and your film. Well, thank you, Bernard.
Thank
and
you.
Nice to meet you and welcome. We always like great people here. Everybody say hello to Bernard Fox, Cubinator, Lorna. War Chief is saying, make sure you hit that like button.
Oh, thank you for that reminder, War Chief. We forget to do that. That's one of the best ways you can get us out there. Hit the like until we beat that algorithm.
Yeah. Wedge is saying hello to everybody.
I just sent another message to Tracker B.
Okay, so we're waiting for just a little bit, but it's okay. We still got a little bit more to go here.
We also, when she called us this morning,
at 6,
she didn't realize it was super.
It was 6 in the morning when she called.
Maybe not quite that early, but close.
But we was already up doing whatever, checking mail.
But when she called, we weren't thinking about it being Super Bowl night, and so I don't know if she had something.
Hello, everyone. Bernard Fox says hello.
We haven't heard from her since this morning.
More people saying hello. Scott saying hello to Wedge. Blind Holly, Holland with Holly. I'm just gonna say Holly and Jazzy. That's just too much. Holly and Jazzy saying hello to War Chief. All right, everybody saying hello to each other. 10-4, hello Bernard. Holly and Jazzy are saying hello to Scott. Everybody saying hello to each other. Nastar says, will you guys have patches? I have a motorcycle vest with patches on it. I think
that's a great idea.
It is.
We talked about it in the past, and then we forgot all about it. So thank you for that, because we're writing that down right now.
I think we should have the patch for a hat up here. Then you can wear it there, or
and they make a thing now too where you can put it on and you can change out.
Oh yeah, the Velcro.
Yeah.
Okay. But we will get that up.
And the stickers, we have some stickers.
And stickers, yeah, we got stickers and things.
Yeah.
But I really like for our Tracker's daughter but we have to wait on that. But there are already magnets that are on in the store. Of course, they're not patches, but we'll get those up because we want to design a different one for a hat and like a patch or a patch on the arm.
I haven't got hold of her yet.
Lorna says, many for all projects and people. Yeah, there's a lot of projects we're trying to get finished up, and that's why we haven't been doing these streams. Is we've been just typing and writing and making sure everything's correct and details, so that when you read this next book, that you'll understand the information. And especially if you got the first book, you'll know what we're talking about when we talk about bridges and things like that. Let's see. Holly and Jazzy said they'll pray for our projects to do good. War Chief is saying, I'll be taking pics of both bridges just down from my house tomorrow. Thank you. And everyone be careful when we're doing this. Get the best shots that you can, but be careful and look in those ambush areas. Be aware. War Chief is saying, even into Brian. All right, Brian. And Brian, you can talk to all these people. It's not start conversations or anything, but everyone's very good here as far as good people. And it's a good crowd to meet, I guess you would say.
Until we hear from B, would he like to just come in and give some highlights? Or?
Yeah, actually, once we finish this, Lorna said we haven't been back there since 2019. Oh, with that bridge. If it's close to your area, I would say go and take another picture so that we've got a before and after picture and we can see all the changes and what's going on. And that's what we do. We periodically, it's upkeep. We go back, we take pictures so we know what's changed, what hasn't changed, new activity, new blinds, things like that. So it would be great if you did that. You don't have to do that.
Maybe a reason why she hasn't been back there since 2019.
Maybe
If there's a
reason why.
dramatic reason, maybe not.
Cubanator says, sounds good, War Chief. Tracker C. I wouldn't I wouldn't like to have too close to my house. Like, yeah. He wouldn't like that if that was close to his house.
Yeah, wouldn't like to have it too close.
Scott says, I have it. All right.
Oh, the DVD. Scott has the DVD.
And Scott has a DVD also. Most of the trackers have it. Scott's Life says, it is very good, not stars. Okay.
Thank you, Scott.
War Chief. Thank you, Scott. War Chief says, yes, Q. Both bridges are 1/4 of a mile from the house. Yes, that's too close in the neighborhood. Indy Southpaw says, done. I like it. She always does that. It's like, that's what you want to hear from, people. Done. Done.
I'm going to step in the other room and try to call her.
Okay. And Lorna's saying, Bernard Fox, hello, how are you doing? Velcro patches. All right. We will look into that. That's we would like to have those too, especially whenever we go out and when our trackers meet. We know who's all on the same team. But of course, we'll all have our tracker shirts and be uniformity. Holly and Jazzy says another way to get to the algorithm is to comment. Everybody comment after the live. Okay. Lorna says, love the hats. This hat is actually a gift from Oklahoma Adventures or Las Venturas with Tanya and Jose Marquez. Linda says the class is awesome, and we could be more proud of the people in the class, how much everyone's learned so far. We've just got a little bit more to go, some more tracking techniques and things that we do out there. We got a live track, maybe 2 before the end. Don't forget, we got that test next Saturday. It'll be our first test. We just want to see where we're at, and all the information that we shared, from the Fibonacci sequence to the symbols to the Bible, and the tracking techniques and everything that we're looking for. Mapping. There's just so much that we've already covered, but we're going to have a test on next Saturday at 6:30 p.m. Night Star says, oh, thank you, Holly. All right. That's so great. Hook and loop. Night Stars. Okay, so I'm going to do this.
Not going through.
Okay, and what we're going to do now is, while we are waiting, and before anyone comes on to the stream, because we are waiting for Tracker B to either get free or
we don't know.
Connect with us.
More like it doesn't have a signal.
Oh, and we asked her to get into a good place with a good signal because she is hit and miss sometimes.
She's in the Cashapp forest area of Louisiana, and she had a sighting this morning, but we would rather her tell you about it.
Yeah. So right now, since we have a little time, I'm going to put this link in, and we're going to ask a couple of people who may want to come in and explain what's going on in their area also, because there is more things going on. It's not just what we have here, not just with our trackers, but there's other people out there. We've been contacted by a couple of people who need some assistance and some information on how to deter. But we also got some people in the room tonight who has been deterring, who has been using these techniques and has gotten more breathing room. We understand you got your neighbors, you got the town, and if they're not all in it, you still have to maneuver around that too. We understand that. So But what we're going to ask is that if you come on and Tracker B comes on around this same time, we need to get the information from her, and we don't want anyone to be offended. And if you're right in the middle of it, let's set something up for like Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday to finish what or where we were, because we really need to have Tracker B explain the recent sighting and what they're going through right now, and the things that they've been doing. So we're going to catch up on the last of the comments, and then we're going to put the link into the comments. And we're looking for anyone who wants to share anything that's going on right now, any activity. Brian, I know that we've been wanting to talk to you for a while. If you're willing to come on and talk, and you can use the character kind of thing. You don't have to have your picture if your hair's not combed, or what's going on right now.
But we don't care what you look like if you want to come on. We're
Let me get this.
Don't-
I just got to do that.
don't worry about that either. Either way, it's just whatever you're most comfortable.
Or Ross. I know Ross has been going through a lot of people, and this is from the United Kingdom or Australia. There's people that think these things are harmless, and I know he's been battling with like a lot of the people here has had to put up with ridicule, heckling from your pictures, your videos, and things like that. So we're going to finish up the comments, and then we're going to put this link in there. If you want to come on, or anything that you want to talk about, as long as it's pertaining to what we do, you're also more than welcome. We could have 2 or 3 on if you want to. But when Tracker B comes on, we need to let her have the floor
Since she was scheduled.
and that she can give us the information she would like. So we're going to let's see. Cubinator says
And she hasn't seen any of the messages yet.
okay. Kath here can't fix my photo thing.
Kath here can't fix my photo thing.
Thingo is Australian.
Thingo.
Is called Thingo, like the boomerango.
Okay.
I don't know.
Thunder Ray, that's a new name. Hi, Thunder Ray.
Thunder Ray. All right. I like that name.
What area of Louisiana is that? Forest. I'm in Mansfield, Louisiana, working, but from southeast Oklahoma. This is a town called Fisher.
Manning.
Yeah, Manning.
Fisher.
More
That
on
area.
the west side of Louisiana.
And we've tracked in that area. We've tracked in the Castache Forest. We found sign there, ambush areas. We tracked with some search and rescue people and some other trackers. But we also tracked where Tracker B is at and got confirmation. And we just got so busy that I didn't get, because we have old photos of the night vision thermals when we first went there. A lot of confirmation.
Oh, and I'll find links too of some of Tracker B's older.
Okay. Everybody's saying evening, Thunder. Thunder saying good evening, War Chief. Esteban Pine.
Hello, Esteban.
Hola,
welcome
¿cómo está?
to you. Good evening.
Sí, bien.
Pardon?
Dios con Dios.
You tell me.
Bien.
Welcome. Good evening.
Yes. Okay, so we're going to put this in. Also, if you would like to come on and share what's going on in your neck of the world, Brian, Ross, Linda, or anyone who has, even if you've got questions, even if you're not a tracker, this could be your time right now to whatever you need. If you want to get some questions answered, we've got a room full of trackers. We got a room full of tracker training candidates.
And some spare time tonight.
And some spare time.
Our guest has not arrived yet.
But we're in no rush. So if you got a drink or something, We just need to wait a little bit. But that link is in there. All you have to do is link on to it. It'll give you an instruction. Just follow that. I think you just link on right here. Bob. Now,
Hey, Bob.
is this the Bob that we know, or is this just Bob?
We just say Jerry and Ella, so I hope it's Bob.
But I think we only know one Bob.
Yeah. There is only one Bob.
There is only one Bob. Very good man.
If this is Bob from
I guess there's more than one Bob.
He's helping on. No. Yeah, he's the only Bob we know. But glad you're here.
Glad you're here.
Yes,
hey, okay.
Okay, good.
Okay. All right.
Glad to see you. And he's been working over on Scott Carpenter's channel, helping keep it cleaned up.
Yes, very good thing.
Vultures took it over when Scott passed, and we're very grateful to Bob for doing that.
You know, I wish Fern was on too. Fern, we need to talk with Fern too. There's a lot of y'all that we really need to talk to, and this would be a perfect time if you would like to come on and share anything or activity in your area, or have questions that you haven't found answers to yet. And if you're new here, I always say a lot of the questions that you're going to have, you can also find answers in this book, just packed full. And this was just the first book, and we were just writing a lot of information that we knew people needed.
Cubinator says, well, this is a nuisance. Safari browser can't open the StreamYard, Jerry. Maybe that's what's going on with Tucker.
Try to, can you use Chrome? Or I think
Mozilla?
Firefox.
Yeah, Mozilla Firefox.
Or Mozilla Firefox. Don't give up. If you could use Chrome. I know Chrome hooks up. But we would love to hear from you, or anyone, if he has problems. We're no. Yeah, there it is. Bienvenidos.
Oh, thank you, Bernard.
But you say it different. Con Dios or Benedicciones?
Bendiciones. It's a different one.
Yeah.
We're trying to learn. He knows more than I do, but I know so little. But
Yo habla español.
Yeah, when our Spanish translation is ready, we're gonna have fun trying to understand it.
But that'll help us too.
Shade is here. Hey, Shade.
Who? Shade Viking, one of the funniest men I ever seen do some things.
And then there's a YouTube user that says, yes, Aussie and a boom thrower. So we have another Australian.
We got a lot of, and welcome to the world.
Welcome to the world. Welcome to the world. What do you mean?
Well, I meant welcome to everybody in the world is what I meant. Hey, I seen this the other night. I want to see if it works.
He loves this.
I want to see if this works. Okay. Hey.
We were accidentally doing it. It was working in the class. Yeah, we accidentally discovered that.
We accidentally discovered that, but
so excited.
But we love it because it's like we're just.
Okay, let's get on with the story.
There we go.
Go.
And then, can you do the thumbs up on your side?
It didn't. I couldn't get it to do it the next time I
use
did.
the other hand. Not that it'll do anything. So. There's things that happen on this thing whenever you do certain things that.
Cubinator said, "Try something here." Shade says, "You guys are great and great trackers. Can tell. Thank you, Shade."
You should see the candidates that are just about to graduate.
Yeah, we're excited.
Oh my! When they're set loose on the world, there's going to be, and I wouldn't doubt seeing new YouTube channels coming up, different tracking channels or
yeah,
things that
the
they
more
do
the
in their
better.
areas because they know what they're doing, and we are so proud of them. Um,
And we appreciate the kind words. Linda says, "Oh, YouTube user says thanks for having me. We're glad you're here."
we're glad you're here. We're glad you're here.
Linda says, "Ella bendiciones is blessings."
Oh,
Thank you.
good. Bendiciones. Blessings. I like that.
And
Is it-
Bob, do you want to grab it a link too and come in and catch us up on anything in your area if you have anything going on?
Oh yeah, you've got some things going on, and you can also talk about what you're doing with Carpenter's channel,
Scott's channel, yeah.
and why you became a part of that.
This is going to be a good catch-up night.
Yeah, we're waiting. We have time right now.
Because it
we
doesn't
we
even
could
look
actually.
like the messages are going through to our guest yet.
I was about to say we could even do a lesson. It's no.
We rarely get to talk to them.
But yeah, that's we rarely get to talk to you. Usually it's just a lesson or an interview. So we actually have a little free time. So Thunder Ray says hello, Esteban and Nightshade. All right. So
if y'all have an experience you want to talk about, grab that link and we'll bring you in.
we got
just
time.
understanding
We got
that
time.
if Tracker B comes in, we'll have to stop and speak with her.
Yep.
Don't leave us hanging. Cubinator's trying to get in.
And Cubinator has a lot of information too. Or if anybody has any updates, if you've been with the channel before, especially where's Brian at? I thought Brian was here.
Yeah, where did Brian go? He ran when we asked him to come on.
They said, "Well, wait a minute.
He said, "I wasn't ready for all that."
Shade Viking says, "Hello, War Chief." Thunder Ray says, "Night Stars." Autocorrect.
Earlier, Cubinator asked, "Do you mean hook and loop patches?" And yes, that's what we call Velcro.
Oh yeah. So while Cubinator is trying to get on, is if anyone else, because we can have 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, up to 10, I think. And you can. Fern is here.
Fern, he was just talking about you a few minutes ago.
She is also another Canadian. She's actually going to be a tracker. She's got all the information. She's been keeping up. She is registered in the class. She has learned quite a bit. So, Fern, if you also, because we have a little time tonight, if you'd like to come on and explain your experiences and things that has led up to this point, you're more than welcome. We got the link in here. Cubinator's been trying, but he's been having some problems. But that's the link, Fern, if you'd like to come on and talk about your experience, because we do know that you have a lot and you have been doing this for a while. And we are so happy to have you here with us.
And a good student. She has a lot of good pictures too.
Yeah, a lot of good pictures. And you can just give us a small kind of update, because we'd actually like to have you on for an entire interview. But if you'd like to come on and share some of your first sightings or your first experiences to joining the tracker course class, or how you found us.
And Fern, you can use, if you don't want to come on the camera, you can also just put up a photo.
Yeah.
Shade says, "Yeah, I think what you're doing, Jerry, is sharing valuable lessons. Keep on trucking, guys. You're doing good work." Thank you, Shade.
Thank you, Shade.
Shade is a funny individual.
He is. And
very talented.
I don't tell a lot of people this, but let me move that. It's just bugging me.
Don't leave him hanging like that, would you? You didn't tell a whole lot of people this, but
so the money is in the. I only got one thing to tell you, and that's Fern says Fern has some good pictures. I'm still trying to get some. Oh, Night
Night Star
Stars.
says that, and she says, did you, Jerry and Lee Tracker East see the pictures? See the pictures I sent you in.
We've seen them, but we haven't blown them up.
We haven't examined them yet.
Did you get your bridge in? Night Stars. Again, Fern, if you'd like to come on, give us an update or tell us what's going on in your area. We just seen some great photos of Fern's, and she's got some translucence in there, but you can see them pretty good. And she says, okay, if we haven't yet. Actually, we have it in the email. I've seen them, but I haven't been able to blow them up and really look at them. And that's what I do. Once we get those photos in, and we've got a lot, but once we get them in, like Lorna sent one in, and with the bridge, which we're going over to homework, and zoomed in with that one and blew it up. And she does have some predators in her photo, but that's what we're talking about. We have seen them, but we haven't seen them. We haven't blown them up yet. Not Star says no bridge yet. I have to find one. Laugh out loud. Okay, and even on people's property where the creeks are, even if it's just a bog area, you can still find bridges out there, because the smaller creatures would rather take that bridge than walk through that bog or get sunk down. So even on your property where there's a low creek or a wet area, a bog, look for bridges there as well.
Do we want to go ahead and talk about the everybody's scared to come in? Do we want to talk about the pictures that she sent us? We could show that so far, and then we could talk about the one in East Texas.
All right, just talk to everybody.
Okay.
So we're going to talk to y'all tonight for right now, but the link is up here. Then it says she hasn't found a bridge yet, but I can draw one. No, we need to find those bridges.
Now, when we talk for those that don't know, when we talk about a bridge, and when he does this is our hand signal for a bridge. We're talking about a tree bridge that's laid across creeks or ravines, rivers, things like that, that's used as an ambush spot. Oftentimes you will find in the top end, in the foliage end, and in the root end, there will be ambush blinds dug in or constructed. And once the animal tries to take the path of least resistance across that bridge, they're more vulnerable. So that's what we mean when we say bridge. But you can also look at the human constructed bridges, and you will also find structures nearby them or embankment blinds dug in near them. So every bridge, be careful of. But bridges aren't only the concrete and wood. They can also be the trees across the ravines. And when you're looking for them on the
hey, there we go. I'm sorry.
Got her in. Oh, hey, Lorna.
All right, Lorna, are you ready? Lorna's going to come on, and everyone give Lorna the respect of coming on. I want to show your bridge real fast.
Beautiful place.
It's a beautiful place right there. But we found some creatures in here, way in the back at the edge of the bridge where the food would come in, or the animals. But we're going to welcome Lorna here, a tracker training course candidate, doing very well. And
willing to go out in the snow to make barefoot footprints for a lesson.
Was that Lorna?
Yes.
Oh, that was a good one. Okay, we're going to welcome Lorna. Everyone, give Lorna the respect, and let's.
Everybody. Hi, Lorna.
How are you doing?
Wonderful to see you.
Oh, great to see you
Good to see you
guys.
guys.
You're in Canada, right?
Yes, in Alberta.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay. The
Yes.
goat
Yes.
digger.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, in a good way.
Yeah.
Growing up.
I
We
didn't think
do
A lot of
sleuthing and
and
testing. Actually, that picture was taken in British Columbia, which is the province towards Vancouver.
this
That
sorry.
was taken in British Columbia.
Now I wish I just put that up, but I wish I had already zoomed in and got those pictures but we'll do that for class.
Okay.
Closer inspection of it.
Yeah, but we'll show you some things that we found in there.
Yeah.
I keep looking at I'm supposed to be looking down here.
You said you hadn't been back to that area. Is there a reason?
No, we're in the Yukon now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now tell us about some activity, or do you have activity, or have you heard of activity, or what's going on in your area?
Well, there's nothing that I know of anywhere in our area. We're strictly farmland all around Edmonton, Alberta. And I heard there was some activity in Jasper and Banff of Alberta, which is about 9 hours from here. And haven't seen any proof of it. But there's people that there's two clubs that go out and look around in that area, and we have camped in that area back in 2014 and 15 when we came back from the Yukon to BC, and then it's called the trail. It's called the Cowboy Trail from Calgary, Alberta, to Edmonton, and then back to our farm. And that's where the Bigfoot sightings were. But never seen no pictures from any of them.
Do you have a lot of wildlife in your area?
Yeah, so on our farm, we have lots of bears. We've had wild boar. We have lynx. We've had cougars, lots of wolves, and coyotes, of course. That's typical. We have tons of deer, moose here.
Okay.
So, and we hunt every fall.
I was just looking at the food supply of a lot of the more of the times if there's a big food supply, they don't need to mess with people.
No.
Yeah.
We haven't really had any problems. I've had a bear a couple times trying to get into the house here. But other than that, no.
How did you become interested in the whole Bigfoot subject?
Well, probably because when we go up in the Yukon, we've been into some pretty mostly in logging roads and stuff like that, and there's no cell service, and we're up there for about 2 months every year. We got 2 places where we go now in the last 5 years. This will be our 11th year going back up, but I've always been on a farm. Was born and raised on a farm. I used to raise show horses, Morgans. I used to haul horses from Alberta all the way to Oklahoma, and used to show some of our horses there. And 2012, my husband got cancer, and we had to sell all the animals off the farm. But he beat it after 4 years, so he's still here. And yeah, and so we are retired, and that's what we do. We just go up in the camper and we pan, we sluice, and that's about it. No big heavy equipment.
Oh, okay.
So up in that area, do you see any activity around there?
Oh.
No, none at all. No, nothing around this area. It's our place is basically actually we're in Amber Valley, and which which has got a big history from a lot of Black people came into this area, and they homesteaded here back in the day, about 30, 40 years ago. And there's still a few of them around as neighbors from us. And so anyways, they a lot of them have moved away back to Edmonton because they are getting older, as I am. But we stay on the farm here.
I meant in the area where you go in mining for a month.
Oh, and mining? Yeah, we've been into some pretty scary areas. We went into this one area, and it just gave us the instant weebie-jeebies right now. And we just packed up and left. And the area that we're in, it's pretty treed in, and we walk a quarter mile in and a quarter mile out every day. And like I said, we've had bear, cougar, wolves especially track our tracks every day. And there is grizzly right where we are. And last year it was a huge black bear. Huge. And we shot a few shots in the air, but that's about it. And he just took off, which was good. And I think that was the one that was tracking us. But other than that, we've been pretty safe. Yes, I'm always leery of just not the four-legged critters. It's the two-legged ones you got to really watch. Because I don't have our dog now, we're going to set up fishing line around the camper in the trees, because where we set up camp up there, we've got a little tiny cove, and it's trees, and it's straight up on the mountainside behind us. And then there's trees all around us. So I'll just put some bells on it. And number one rule is when we go up there, we don't go out of the camper after dark. That's number one. Good. And every day we walk around the truck and the camper, and we check everything over. And I also check where the tires, make sure there's nothing there too.
Oh, wow.
Good. And we've been doing that for a long time. So, and I think it's because living on the farm, I was always when I hauled the horses with a big fifth wheel trailer all the time, my husband worked away from home for 22 years. And I was always adamant, checking the tires on the fifth wheel trailer and the truck and the dually. And yeah, so it just kind of, what to do with farm equipment and stuff. So, yeah.
Good.
I like that we're talking. It's the first time we got to talk.
Yeah, it is. It's really great. I wish everybody else would come on.
Oh, yeah.
We're very shy tonight, but Cubinator, he can't see it. He's just not able to get in. He's trying to get in.
Oh.
Can't. And Tracker B.
Everybody says that's so cool, Lorna.
Because I hooked onto Safari when it came on, just like I do for the classes. So if someone was having problems with Safari, I didn't have an issue.
Oh yeah, because Cubinator is in the class. So
yeah, that's right. So Safari was working for me. So I don't know.
I can't remember how how you decided to take the course.
Well, I've always been I love wildlife for one thing, and because we're in the bush all the time. There's a lot of bush here on the farm, actually, with the 160 acres. And I've always been interested in what is around me that I can't see.
Okay, good.
And when I've had horses all my life, and when you work, I had three stallions and raised Morgans and broke and trained them. And you learn their language. They have their own language in the pack. And so you learn to read their body language, just like a human. You learn their body language too. You get to read a person or an animal pretty good when you look at them. Yeah. And then for a few years, we were in the forestry tower up in Slave Lake, Alberta. And we had grizzlies coming in, bears coming in all the time. Never seen no Bigfoot up in there because we were in some fly-in towers too. But that was way, way back when we were like 20, almost 3 years ago. But other than that, for Bigfoot, I've always being on the farm, I've always thought night's another world. Where it's a complete another world out there.
It is.
Yeah.
You know, our world is daytime normally, but at night it's another world out there. And I know there's always been different critters out there ever since I was a little girl. And then being on YouTube, I got into looking at the Bigfoot, and then the Dogman, and then just all the other, you know, UFOs and stuff like that. I'm very open-minded about everything. And yeah, so when I seen YouTube on the YouTube with Wolf and with Vault, I thought, wow, I was very interested. So I looked up on you, and I watched a lot of your videos before I came on. So I'm very honored that you accepted me.
Oh, thank you.
Well,
here.
I know we
brag on you.
Yeah, I mean,
because
we always ask around, you know, different people, like, what do y'all think about this person, especially before the course, and everybody said you was a good person.
Just to know there's no trouble with, you know, just in general. We don't care about personal life, nothing, none of that. Just in general, want to know, is this person going to be trouble? Does this person want to learn?
But you got high reviews, I guess you would say. A lot of people say, oh yeah, she's a good person, happy. And
yeah, thank you. But yeah, I'm very excited to see your second book coming. I'll be snatching that up off of Amazon. For sure.
We're excited to do it, and also your faith is strong, and that was one of our criteria for the
so you're gonna love the book because of everything that's coming. The book is very faith-based. Also lets us know that it's more than faith.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah. What about in paranormal world, or have you had any experiences like that, or?
No, nothing like that. I keep to myself.
Just general, not from any experiences. You just in general are interested to learn everything you can.
I watch paranormal sometimes, but mostly I'm not into like ghosts or any of that stuff. It's never really. Well, I could tell you one story. My dad used to live in Arizona, so my daughter and we flew down to Arizona, and my dad took us into Mexico, and then we went into Bisbee or in Arizona, and there was this haunted. The hotel was supposed to have been haunted, and we just looked at each other and went, "Oh yeah, right, it's haunted, all right, right." So it was such an old and if you look it up, you can read about the whole that it is actually really haunted, but I didn't really believe that, right?
Yeah.
So there was only 2 floors, and they gave us the top floor at the very end of the door, and there was a window and stairs going down right beside our room. And we looked out the window, and there was a rolled up carpet, and there was blood all over it. But there was only one bathroom out of all the rooms upstairs, and it was a communion bathroom. Like everybody shared one bathroom, and it had a pull cord. So anyways, my daughter and I, we went to bed, and I said to her, I said, "You did lock that door?" And she says, "Yes, Mom, I locked it." So she was on one wall. She was on the wall when the door opens up. She was on the other side of the wall where the door would go up against her bed. And I was on the wall facing the door. And we were just talking and trying to go to sleep. And then all of a sudden the door opens, and there's this woman and a little boy standing in the doorway. The woman was dressed like the early 1900s with a long dress, and the boy had these little tiny shorts with suspenders on it. And she asked where the washroom was. And Char and I kind of looked at her, and we just looked at each other. And Char, I could say nothing, but my daughter, she says, "It's just down the hallway." So they turned around and left, and the door shut behind her. So, and then after that happened, there was a room next to us, and all you could hear was this door slamming, and you could hear someone was rocking in a chair all night long. And then there was screaming and hollering and fighting. So we went downstairs for the bread and breakfast, and my daughter asked, was there a woman and a little boy staying upstairs in a room? And there wasn't. There was no kids. It was just a couple adults, and that was it.
How did
That
they
stayed there.
Yeah, did others seen that same?
We were the only ones at the end of the hall. My dad was the total opposite at the other end.
Yeah.
But that was an experience of, so we weren't sure if it was a ghost or
Did it solid, like you could reach out?
I'm still.
Oh no, I was too far away to reach out.
No, but I mean, it looked that solid, not transparent in any kind of way.
She looked totally solid. But the room there was no light on. It was dark, but we can see them standing there.
Yeah.
But we couldn't hear them walk away though. Not even down the hallway. There was no footsteps, nothing. It was dead quiet. I was like, really? Do we really see this? But anyways, that's the only experience I've had that maybe it was a ghost. I don't know. But
I'm still getting over to the point of you having breakfast. You know, my story would have been, yeah, we seen this ghost, so we left.
yeah. So, but since we asked, the guy says, no, there was nobody here, like the mother and the son, and he didn't want to talk about it. He just says, nope, and that was it. Wow. So I thought it was kind of odd. But after they left, I said to my daughter, I says, I thought you said you locked the door. And she says, I did.
Oh boy. And you said the door shut behind her. When you said that, did that door shut on its own, or you meant she shut the door?
Yeah, it went with her, which was really weird because the door opened and it went with her. And I was like, what the heck?
Well, that counts as an odd story for sure.
Yeah. And the thing is that usually if it was locked, you would hear the door knob probably go back and forth. Didn't even hear that either. So I don't know. Can't think of what that. Just it baffles me to this day.
I know more than just this one thing.
What?
There's got to be more.
No, that was it, and we left
at another place, or
no. That was the only thing that I had that really ugly experience with something like that.
That hotel kind of reminds me of one I took my mom to for Mother's Day back before I knew better. She'd always wanted to go to it, but it was a little just beside a railroad track in a tiny little East Texas town. And it was known for being haunted, and we went there back in, that was her Mother's Day present. That's what she wanted to do. But it was the same thing. I had a bathroom on that floor and everybody shared it. In this place, for some reason, people's socks would go missing. It was just a thing about this hotel. And it was a creepy place. And we'd heard about the people getting locked into the bathroom where they couldn't get out. One time it took a couple hours to get a young lady out, and But that place, I regretted going to that place. It took maybe 2 weeks for that uneasy feeling to
Mhm.
had you know, back then I didn't know as much about ward
Yeah.
knowledge kind of thing, but yeah, I regretted doing that. So I know the kind of hotel you're talking about for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Has anybody around your area, like your husband or children, ever heard their name called, or from the woods or outside, or
No, nothing like that. No.
that's a lot of good things because
When I had the horses, I was outside 10 hours a day, all year round. And sometimes I even had to do chores at 2, 3, 4 in the morning because I had to light fires in the water troughs to keep the ice from freezing. So the water, so the horses could have warm water to drink. So, yeah, no, nothing like that at all.
Really glad to hear. It sounds like it's all good stuff with the wildlife that's around there. There's no missing pets. You hadn't heard anything
Yeah,
about people or anything like that. So far, so good.
yeah, no, everything's been great. I've been on this farm here. I've been here for 35 years.
Oh,
So,
good.
And there's enough forest out there that they're not having to come up into your.
no, well, they do come. They travel all through our yard. I'll wake up and look out the window here every morning with my coffee, and I'll see like 20, 30 deer walk by.
That's a good sign, though.
like
Right.
like 15 feet from my window. I've woken up to a cow moose with her twins licking the salt off my car in front of my doorstep in the mornings. And then I look out, and one time I had three cows with their babies, and a big bull moose was laying out there
Oh wow.
with them. So yeah, we have a lot of wildlife here.
Good.
All good signs,
Good
though.
sign, yep.
Yeah, and but most of the farming, it's all farming. It's huge. The Hutterite colony is just down the road, and it's just big, huge open fields. When you leave my little area, it's just miles and miles of crops and hay fields. Hardly no trees.
Are there any tribes in that area?
There's a lot of bush between here and Athabasca, and like when I drew that picture, like all the grid lines and that from our road, like you'd never believe that we're kind of on a hill, but I can't explain. Well, it's gradually, but but it's high, but it's really like a real. You can't even tell we're on a hill, but I can see the whole line of Athabasca, past Athabasca, and we're like a half an hour from there. So what I see during the day is just trees, a tree line really high up, and it goes past the town yet. So so the view from my house is actually spectacular.
Oh, that's nice. Good.
But from our past our hayfield, it's just open hayfields. But going to Athabasca from our place, there is a lot of bush, probably halfway in between. And our chiropractor and his sons used to trap through there, but I don't think they trap through there anymore because he's getting older now too. So, but I do know there's a lot of people that do trap up in towards Fort McMurray still, but I don't know them. But all the land up here, all the yards, they're all fenced with gates, and it's all private land. You can't go on anywheres around here.
Oh, that's exactly.
And
Well, because the two predators. It's not a very kind of safe area where we are anymore. It used to be you could. I never ever had a gate here at the beginning, but now we have to have a lock gate 24/7. There's a lot of theft, a lot of bad stuff that's been happening around here in the last 4 years.
so your trouble is more humans.
Yes, Yes, more so. Yes. Unfortunately, and it's kind of sad that things have gone that way. But like our neighbor, they live 15 minutes from here, and she was taking supper out to her husband, and he was working in the hayfield, and she went to the shop to get the keys, and she went through the side door, and they had cameras front and back of the shop. And when she went in to grab the keys off around the door or wherever, and she noticed the back door of the shop was up halfway, and she saw a vehicle sitting there. So she grabbed the keys to her quad, and she ran to the quad, and the two guys, they jumped into the truck, and she got on the quad, and she started it, and they rammed her and flipped her upside down in the quad. And she's okay. She got banged up and hurt a little bit, but it was a stolen truck, and they got away with some shop tools and stuff like that. But yeah, a lot of stolen vehicles around here and everything, and yeah. So, but no Bigfoots yet, and no dogmen. So I'm.
You got a clear line of view, a good line of view. That's amazing.
Oh yes, in our yard we do. Yeah. Yes.
Clear line.
Like right around, it's like from the bush, the first bush, from the road, from the main road, it's like 80 feet this way. And then I probably got about another 30, 40 feet that I can see. I've gone through there lots, and there's nothing. And because my daughter and I, we walk every day around the farm. We've got our own trail, and the deer use it too, which is funny. But and then around, if I look in the front, I got about another 40 feet, maybe 30 feet before the next set of trees. And because we used to have horse corrals, and now they're not there no more because horses aren't here anymore. So, and then, but we just do hay, and sell it in the fall.
Okay. You guys are busy.
Yeah. Between the gardening and this year we're getting ready to go in July, the end of July, and we won't be back until October. So we're going back to the Yukon to go back to our same spot. Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Yes, and my husband got me a gift today, a 12 gauge semi-automatic.
Yeah.
We were just talking about that with War Chief the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good.
So he got himself one, and I have one, so we won't be taking the 308.
Good. And there's no problem in that area legally with that kind of weapon. Is fine everywhere, or do they?
No, we have our gun license and our PAL and all that, so we won't
have a shot.
Yeah.
License.
Yeah, we have to have a gun license and a PAL with us when we carry it with us, because it's hunting season up in the Yukon. So yeah, if we got stopped, we have to have our credentials with us.
Natstar says you can practice on those thieves, she said.
Yeah. I don't think they want to come in here, because it won't be a good welcoming. We have cameras at the driveway. We have cameras, and the thing is that it's so treed in here along the road. They can't tell exactly what's in here. They know we're in here, but there's always somebody home, because my daughter and her and son-in-law, they moved on the other part of the property, so they're in between where we are. They're the next. And I can look out my bedroom window and wave to her. But, and then the shop is just past their house too. So there's always somebody home.
Good. That's a good setup, because you like each other.
Yeah.
Let them know if you hear firing coming from over here, you come.
Yeah. So because it's a new toy, we're when my husband gets he's going to go back and get another one, and then we're going to practice with it before we go out. So
Yeah, slugs, and if you can get your hands on some the black magic 3 inch.
yeah, I mentioned that to him, and he couldn't get any because he actually had to go to a special place to get what he got.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Harder to find.
I always remember with
Yeah,
the
those two were hard to find, yes, because of all the laws that I don't want to get into the capital T government, right? Because just can't do too much and can't say too much. And
You're right.
yeah, there's some other Canadians here in the room, and they've
Mhm.
same things on gun laws and things like that.
Mhm.
Here, Bob.
It's not like here where we can. It's legal to have shotguns all over the place, and
Oh, I know. I loved Oklahoma when I went down there. I hauled horses there for 7 years.
What
Yeah.
section of Oklahoma did you go to?
We went we went to the World Championship horse show in Oklahoma.
I don't know where that is. Is that
city or Tulsa, someplace.
Yeah, I think it was around there. Yeah,
okay?
it was on the outskirts of Oklahoma, actually. Yeah.
How far is that bridge from your house or your area?
There was me and my girlfriend, and it took us 3 days to get
Oh,
from
okay.
Minnesota to Oklahoma. So we took turns driving, and every time we stopped and filled up, the horses were watered and fed and everything. So, yeah.
You went in there on horse.
I was asking how far the bridge is from your house.
That bridge? Huh.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I would say that would probably take 4 days from here.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. It's way up in the mountains in British Columbia. And the road is not a road. It's a small grass road in there.
Wow.
And the first 2 years we went up in there, we had to cut some branches down so we can get through because the trees grew in over the road. So we kind of chopped our way in a lot of places. And but beautiful area. The scenery, you're so high up. It was pretty crazy, but beautiful. And I love that creek. It was good.
Yeah.
But and the bridges, they were so narrow. Some of them were pretty old. Some were actually, in some areas, they were actually you couldn't even cross over them. They were so rotten because it was all plank wood.
Right.
Yeah.
Some of those old wooden bridges.
I wish everyone would learn like you're doing before there's a problem or before there's signs.
You'll be ready when the time comes.
Well, now I'll be ready.
Yeah. Everyone like that.
I'm very aware of my surroundings. I always have been. I can go into a room and I can stand near someone and I can tell you if you're a good or a bad person right now.
Yeah.
I just get that vibe right now. I walk into like okay, I'll just use for an example. I'll walk in a bank and I just feel drained by the time I get home. Like drained. Like took the energy right out of me, Yeah. But I can go into a lot of places or meet people the first time, and I'm pretty good at judge a character.
Right.
Yeah.
Good.
But in when we go camping and that, I'm very, very alert all the time.
And now you'll know, listening to the different bird language and things
Oh
like
yes.
that.
Oh yes.
A lot of new stuff.
Yeah, I don't know how many times we would be in a dead sleep and I'd hear a noise and I just wake up right now, like just bang, like right now.
It take a little time getting your head together.
Oh yeah. And we have our things loaded right beside. They're on each side of our bed up on top, and so yeah.
Good.
If that door ever got peeled open, yeah, I wouldn't want to be the person down below. That's for sure.
Night Star says Holly Springs, Georgia requires homeowners to own a firearm and keep it in the home. They have the lowest crime rate. That's interesting.
That's nice.
That is nice.
To require it to
Those
have
people-
protection.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good to know. Thank you, Night Stars.
And we sleep like every 2 to 4 hours, so we don't try to do the whole 8-hour thing. We're the same way. If we hear a noise, I mean, middle of sleep, we'll jump up and check it out.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, because of COVID hit, we haven't been back there. And so we just decided to give up that area because it was it wasn't a really, it wasn't, if you ever broke down up there,
Yeah.
you got days of walking to get to civilization, just basically. Yeah.
And this is how you learn to check tires too.
Oh yes. I used to have to change a few tires on the farm. Yeah. Work on the swather. I used to cut hay and stuff like that. Run the combine, you know. Yeah,
wow.
I done it all.
Multi-talented. Cubinator says, wish Australia was like that. Virtually illegal to defend yourself or family in this country.
Yeah. Well, my way of thinking is that, well, I do have a baseball bat too, but I also have a good cattle prod too. So.
Oh, that's
Good.
Yeah. So there was this elderly lady. I had a really good laugh before Trudeau got in. She lived in Edmonton, and she was a senior, and she lived by herself, and she kept her baseball bat beside her bed. And this guy broke through her basement window and came upstairs, and she was waiting for him, and she just literally beat the crap right out of him with that baseball bat. She didn't, you know, he didn't die, but he was beat up pretty bad. And the cops just laughed, you know.
Well, he didn't get, you know, killed or anything for doing that.
Absolutely. It's one thing
going in
when you're not there, but when they're sneaking in the middle of the night, they
exactly. And she was like almost 90 years old. Like,
oh wow.
she was such a bright little lady, you know. Man, she was feisty.
Good.
But yeah, you know, like when now, since I know everything you taught me, I'm gonna feel way better going back up. Even last year, I felt pretty good when I went up after I watched a lot of your videos before we went on holidays. I that helped lots too. But
I think that starts says play stupid games and win stupid prizes. I think that's very stupid. I didn't mean that. I didn't shoot that person. That was the squirrel next door or something.
Jazzy had to leave. Good night, Jazzy. And War Chief says that he has to leave. Good night to you.
Yeah.
And nobody else is going to come
on. Bob says it's only illegal if you call the police to clean up the mess.
Yeah, so don't make me call. It's only illegal if people know about it.
And we tell people that too. If you have to dispatch it or dispatch it and leave it alone, walk away, don't
bury it, do whatever, but don't call.
Call for help because it's not going to help you. It will just
of course not. No. Oh yeah. I lived on the farm long enough. We know what to do sometimes if you have to.
And you have the big equipment to.
Sure do.
Yeah.
So good. Bob, did you want to join into the stream too?
You're all from the Canadian area.
It's a good night to do it.
We got time, so we're good.
Oh, so. She's not coming on yet?
Oh, the messages still haven't gone through to her.
Oh, well, we're in no rush on it. That's what we're saying.
Okay.
We don't normally just have time like this, so we're
Yeah, so this is like a treat for us to talk.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be different this year because I don't have a dog to take up with us this year, but that's okay. We'll have the two shotguns with us, so that'll be good.
No one else camps with y'all. Just y'all.
Pardon me?
No one else camps with y'all. It's just you two.
you two.
Just you. No kids. No.
When you go on your
friends.
mining trip, it's just the two of you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just my husband and I. Yes, yes, it's just us two that go. The kids, they both work. They're millwrights. They work away from home.
Okay.
Grandsons, the two grandsons, they're millwrights now, and the youngest one that's still in school right now graduates this May. So
Oh,
all the
wow.
boys, all the grandchildren boys are just leaving the farm this year.
Oh, wow. That's gonna be
Yeah.
lovely.
Has your husband ever had any experiences that
No.
is he interested in any of the
Yeah.
Bigfoot
Oh
stuff?
yeah, he's interested. Actually, he watches you guys now
Oh,
and then.
Good. Well,
Yeah.
hello, Mr.
My husband's name is Roger.
Hello, Roger.
hello, Roger.
Yeah, he's not here right now. He's out with the neighbor doing the neighborhood watch drive.
Oh, that's so awesome.
Neighborhood
Yeah.
watch.
Neighborhood watch drive.
Oh, good.
Yeah, they do that every night.
Good.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
So,
It's always good to have someone or a spouse or even a good friend who is interested. Or,
yeah. Well, we had a quarter. Well, we got this quarter. We had another quarter, and our friend bought it. So, and the two of them, they've caught a lot of people breaking into our neighbors' places and stuff like that.
okay.
The one time they had a SWAT team, dogs, helicopters, but they caught them.
Oh, good.
Yeah. That was a fun day.
Terminator says no one calls the police in this town. We prefer to sort it out ourselves. LOL.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, us
Yeah,
too.
these guys had guns, so they were.
Night Star says, yeah, you Aussies are a lot like us. Cubinator says it works. And a lot of his computer at present. And Night Star says good.
Yeah.
And I don't think Bob wants to come in on the channel, and I don't think Cubinator is able to. But if there's anyone else in the chat that would like to come in tonight too, you're welcome to.
Yeah, a little quick.
We've had a change.
Yeah, we got half a foot of snow here now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Another footprint.
So yeah, we need another footprint. Yeah.
No. It's still pretty cold. It was minus 20 the other night.
Bob says, sorry, my connection isn't too stable, but he does have some stuff going on there. So we'll catch it on another time. Maybe, Bob, you can come and talk when you do have a good.
Now, where are you located, Bob? Because I think
He's
in Canada.
Yeah.
And you're in Canada, right, Lorna?
But she's up in
I'm in Alberta.
South
Alberta.
Okay,
I don't know what province they would be in.
Okay, I think you may.
Night Star says she can come in for a little bit, and she also says LOL for another print, Laura. She wants you to give us another print, Lorna.
No. That was enough.
Oh, Bob says, oh, I don't know why I was
He's in
thinking you were
BC.
on the other side, Bob.
Oh, in BC. Okay. Yeah.
That's where you're from.
We got family in BC and friends, and yeah. We've been from one end of the BC to the other end. And,
When I was a teenager, I collected every BC brochure I could get my hands on, and because that's what I was going to do. I was going to go build a cabin with my own hands.
BC.
Cabin. Yeah. in BC. It didn't work out that way, but
I love the mountains. I just love the mountains.
He says near Wells Gray Park.
Oh,
And
Well's great park.
link that Jerry just put up, and you can come and join the room too.
Mhm.
Yeah, actually, we could have.
Night Stars is in Georgia, right?
I believe so, and we
Yeah.
just tracked in that area. Lots of activity.
Yeah,
There's stories from Georgia as
a
far as
lot,
Bigfoot
a
activity.
lot more lately. Lorna, do you have any questions or anything like that before you go out to your trip?
Out
Anything
to
you
the
good on
Yukon
everything?
thing that
There anything?
You know,
Well-
there is one thing that, well, it was 2018. Yeah. Yeah, it was, no, it was 23, 22. 2022, we went up and we were walking, and then I think it was our second last day. We were walking, and where we leave, it's you're in the mountain, and you got to go. We go down to the river, but it's a quarter-mile walk, and it's like bush. You go across this little ravine with the water would run through. It was kind of like a little overflow from the river that would back in, or if the river flooded, it would come up into that little ravine. So one year you couldn't even cross it. You couldn't even take the quad over it. But anyways, there was, and then you're walking, and it's trees and rock, and then it goes into sand and gravel and everything. And we found this human footprint, only one that I found. And I said to my husband, I says, who in the heck in the right mind would be walking around in bare feet? Like, really? But it was, but we were actually talking about it this afternoon, and he says, well, he says it did look a little odd, but we didn't think about counting the toes, but it was a real long, narrow footprint, like super long. But we never really thought much of it, you know, at the time. But I had, and you know, and after I started taking the course, and I started thinking, I always think about that footprint, and I'm thinking, you know, I should have took, but I don't take my camera with me all the time because our phones, there's no cell service,
Yeah.
no nothing. So, you know, it's like a dead fish in the water, actually. You can't call no one, you can't use it or anything like that. But we're about probably about, I'd say about 5.5 miles from the highway, but it's solid bush going up in the logging road.
Do you hear about people up there at all?
There's the odd time somebody will come up, but it's a dead end road. The road is completely washed out. It's about, no, I would say not even like a couple blocks past where we camp. There's no, it's not a campground or nothing. It's just an old logging road. And we go in there. But last year was really weird because this one guy walked in, and we were sitting outside, and this guy, he was carrying a rope. And we kind of looked at each other and thought, why is he carrying a rope? Like, it didn't make sense. And he walked by, and he had his head down, but he didn't say hi or nothing. And then he turned around and he came back, and he headed the way he came. But he was carrying this rope, and it wasn't a real long rope. And I kind of looked at my husband. I says, do you think he was going to hang himself? You know, that's my first impression, that what he was going to do with this rope. And I thought that was so weird. But, you know, he wouldn't look at us. He just kept right on walking. But he had this rope, and he was carrying it like funny. Like it was just so weird.
I hope
And,
that was what he was doing. You guys stopped it. Might have been some divine intervention going on there.
yeah, I actually got bad vibes off of him. Like, I just didn't like the whole situation at all.
Yeah.
You know, but other than that, normally we're not bothered, you know.
Good. So now we know that section is doing okay. We're glad to hear. Good.
Yeah. But, you know, so that footprint, if I ever see one like those again, I'll be counting the toes and I'll be taking pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't get signal, you can photos. Still will be useful for recordings. You know, it won't be loud or anything, but
Yeah. Yeah.
still photos.
Mhm.
We'll go ahead and invite stars into the room. And thank you, Lorna.
Yeah. It was great talking to you.
Huh?
I
Yeah.
said I love talking to you.
Yeah,
we
we'll
love
say-
talking.
Great.
Hey,
And
stay here
see you
because
too.
yeah,
You
but
can
stay
in the
here,
room,
stay
too. You
here
don't have to go
because
anywhere.
you're gonna have information. Night Star's got some information, and we all know what we all the information we all know together. So
He said he's near Wells Gray Park. And Cubinator says it's really good you have a sharpened sense of instinct about people and things, Lorna.
Mhm.
Good night, Doris. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good.
hey,
Good. Hey, Lorna.
Hi. How are you?
This is so cool. We can hear each other now.
Yes.
the voices and the faces but
Yeah. Sorry, I can't show myself.
Oh, it's okay.
That's
Give us your, you know, don't give us anything that'll reveal anything
yeah.
harmful to you.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
tell us
Oh, say that again.
and just tell us what's going on.
Oh, okay. I live in North Georgia, and our area is very mountainous too. It's probably not as mountainous as yours, Lorna, but they're the Appalachians. And I work on a farm, and I take care of 5 horses and 30 chickens. and the owners are an elderly couple, and they're very nice. And they do not, one of them has no knowledge of the supernatural, and he definitely doesn't believe in bipedal beings that are nefarious. But his wife, she's been a pilot for years, and she has seen some UFOs. So she's a little more open to me about telling her, you know, if something's weird, you know, that I've witnessed in the area. She's more attentive and she takes it seriously, and I'm so grateful for that. But like when I laid down the crosses at the farm to protect the horses after some strange incident, she was so very grateful for that. She's like, "Oh, good, okay." And she asked where they were, and I told her and what I made them of. And she was like, "Great, can we do the rest of the field?" I said, "Yes, sure." So that was good. And I've been there for about 3 years, but growing up, I grew up in San Diego, California, and I didn't have any supernatural experience of any sort or anything strange until after I've given my life to the Lord about maybe 10 years ago now. And then everything started happening, and it's just so weird. So that's my story. And because I'm taking this class, thank you to Jerry and Lead Tracker E, I'm noticing now, to my relief and horror, that I still have a problem with Bigfoot. So I sent you guys some pictures of a bunch of bowed trees around our Airbnb and the farm, and a place where I'm pretty sure that they stake out and watch me during the day. But yeah, I'm trying to get, I got a laser pointer, and I told you about that, and I'm trying to get some, the heat signature camera, thermal, yes, thank you. So I'm slowly getting the stuff, but it's becoming more recognizable, and I'm like, oh, thank God for this class. So, yeah.
So you're seeing it build up incrementally, right?
Yes, yeah, I'm slowly training my eyes to recognize what's around me.
What kind of things are you seeing? Experience?
The bush I sent you a picture of, it's a really poor picture. It doesn't do it justice because that's the way cell phones are. I think I need like a camera like keypads. But you could see right through that bush right now for all of winter and most of fall. And right now you can. But I took, as you guys know, I was sick about last week, so I wasn't at the farm for a week. And I came back this last week, and I can see right through that bush. So they have been staked out behind that bush for the entire winter at least. And I've had feelings that I've been being watched there all the time. It's at the farmhouse. And then I don't know if I've mentioned this, but my car, when I was babysitting the farm and the owners were away visiting family, it had rained all that week. And I left my car unlocked. And at the end of the day, one day, I finished everything up and made sure the house was locked and the cats were in and fed. And I hopped in the car and went over to visit my boyfriend who has a shop nearby. And as soon as I got up out of the car, my bottom was completely drenched. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And his name is Cody. And I said, Cody, my butt is wet. And he's like, what? How? He's like, did you leave your window down? I said, no, it's raining. It's been raining all week. I didn't leave my car door open. My window wasn't down. And I was like, and I immediately thought, I'm like, they opened my door and left it open and then signaled to each other. Because I know this sounds crazy, but I'm on a time schedule and they were watching me. And I'm pretty sure they called to each other because they've done it before. And I can tell you about that too if you want. But then they shut my door so I wouldn't know that my seat was wet. And so now I always lock my doors with my car. And that was 2 years ago, 2002. So that's something else I've witnessed. And then I told you about the cats. Now Logan is a house cat and the other 4 cats go outside and their behavior changes. And I've noticed that. Before I didn't really notice it, but Logan gets real freaked out sometimes. The man's name is Mike, the owner, and his wife is Kelly. And Mike is in his late 70s. And so he'll leave his door unlocked. It's the country, you know. And he'll go outside and we'll do stuff and he'll come back. And as I said, we're on a time frame. We're pretty predictable in what we do. And I came back and Logan's coming around the corner in the house, slinking with his eyes really wide. And he stops and he stares at me. And as soon as he realizes who I am, he calms down. But he looks like he came from hiding. And I feel like they're going into this man's house, but I don't know how to tell him that because every time I try to tell him about my experiences, like, because Kelly wants to know, he kind of gets this grin on his face, like he's about to say something smart, you know, so he doesn't know any better, but.
So you feel like they are going into his house. You talking about the cats or you talking about
The predators.
Bigfoot predators?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are. Because I get a weird feeling too. Like I can't explain it. I feel like there's been a wake there, like of something, but it's not normal. I don't know. I can't explain it. But that's all I've witnessed at the farm. Oh no! And then Bailey. Here's another thing. Bailey is the lead horse of the 5 horses. And he'll, at times, he'll stare in a direction. And I always look, because animals can sense things that you can't. And I'll look, and I'm like, what are you looking at? And he's, just stares off. And a couple times, like the night after, I'll have dreams about Bailey, but it's not Bailey. And I don't know, it's really weird. So, and I feel like it's some kind of an entity that's trying to just get me to come near it. I know that sounds weird, but that's what happens after that happens. So
Nothing sounds weird to us.
Are you praying with sleep to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am. Yeah. I actually. Well, sorry, Jerry. Go ahead.
I was going to ask if there was any bulls on that farm.
No, sir, there's not. It's just the only male is Bailey, and he's a gelding.
I was just going to say because sometimes the horse will buck for no reason whenever they see these things, or they'll go up to the fence and just stare at it.
Yeah.
And I've seen that done before, and I've went out there with the shotgun with some horses and a bull and stood right between both of them. I couldn't see anything that was out there, but I knew something was there because they were right on the fence and they never did that. So I went out there and stood with them and said, I'm here with you. I can't see it. Show it to me and I'll shoot it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Finally,
There's a huge... Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say that they finally kind of let down their guard. And so I started walking back up the side of the fence back to where I was at. And the bull and the horse both walked with me along that fence until I was to my place.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, animals are amazing. We're in a huge field. These guys have a lot of room to run. And so it's off in a distance. And where Bailey stares at, it's the property that connects to the farmhouse. Okay, the farmhouse is down the road from the field where the horses are kept. And it runs alongside a river, a little brook. And if you guys actually look at the map I made you for the grid homework, that's that you take that road. And it's where he's looking is across that brook. And where the farmhouse is, and it's all connected back there with a hilly, forested area. So I think they're just using that back way there, and so I don't know. It just all fits,
How's the chickens in that area?
Surprisingly, none go missing that I can tell.
They have a pretty
which is weird.
Set up for them.
Yes, it's a small electric fence, like one of those mesh nylon ones that have the metal running through it. That's on a solar panel. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yeah, they're contained, and none go missing. And I always thought that was strange. But there are 5 crows, and I have been listening to the crows lately, and watching their patterns. And they're mostly there for the food, that we feed the chickens, but I just watch them and I stare at them till they leave. And then I also notice too that if I clap at them, they don't like that and they fly away, because sometimes they'll hang out and leave, but
yeah,
but that's what I've noticed.
No, that you don't want them, you're clapping.
Mm-hmm.
But have you stared at them? Have you used that?
Yes, I have. Yes. And they're pretty brave. They just stand there and stare back at me. And so that's when I decided to clap at them.
Or, yeah, if you get a chance, if you can shoot at them too.
Okay, yeah, I've actually I have an air rifle, like a pellet air rifle that I brought. Hey, so.
Are there any missing wildlife or anything like that in your area, or missing pets?
There are a few dogs that go missing. There's a lot of strays that come out and get, just at random, they'll trespass on the farm. And then there's 2 that have been around for a while that I see. And then just dogs come and go, though. Like I never see them again. And so but I don't know where they go. Like they could be at home. Like I can't say that they've been taken by anything or killed, but I have I think it's a coyote print, but it's about the size of my hand. And I took a picture of it and I put my keys down next to it, and it was in the arena. It was a covered arena. It was pretty big, and I didn't think we had coyotes that big. But I can send it to you.
Yeah,
look at it.
Coyote.
Just one print? There was just the one print?
No, it was pretty spaced out. It looked like it was running, into the arena, but it was so spaced out. It was at least, I want to say maybe 12 feet. I'm probably wrong, but it's not. What? I'm sorry.
Pretty far for a coyote, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I'll send you a picture because I took a picture of my hand next to the print, and then in the background, further higher up in the picture, you can see the next one. And I can send it to you guys so you can see it.
Yeah,
And are you sending email?
I'm sorry, you cut out.
The pictures through email, Patreon. What do you send?
Yes. To Jerry Williams and Lead Tracker E at, is it Gmail? Your guys' emails.
okay.
Two ones. There's Lead Tracker E, all lowercase, at gmail.com, and then there's Jerry Williams 1927 at outlook.com.
Yes. Yes, I'm sending it to those of you through those emails.
Okay.
I usually send you emails that way. Yeah, so it's fun times at the farm. Yeah.
I sure wish we could have met you when we was down in Georgia. We was trying to get there, but then you was too far north, and we had to meet another tracker at that time.
Oh yeah, I know. I was like, oh no, they went to Georgia. That's okay. Next time.
How did you end up getting interested in this subject or these subjects?
Well, I was harassed at my old house in Grandview by something that was pounding on the walls, and it started actually from the floor beneath me, and it was so strong that it made the chair I was sitting on jump, and it scared me so bad, and I froze for like 10 to 15 minutes. I don't know how long. And I finally got the courage to stand up and look outside my window to see if I could see somebody running from the house, from the crawl space, and I didn't see anyone. And it still scared me the second time, but I was quietly, I responded quicker, and I went to the windows faster, as quietly as I could, and I still couldn't see anyone. And at the time I was married, and my husband was, he was into Bigfoot. He's never seen any, but he would talk about them. And me being from San Diego, I'm like, Bigfoot, come on. You know, I'm a city slicker. I'm like, come on, I know all about this. You know, Bigfoot's something the government created and it doesn't exist, or, you know, who knows? So, and he's like, no. And I told him about that incident. And then, you know, the subject terrified him. So he brushed it off, and I wasn't going to push it, but I let him know what happened. And then he was starting to hunt. He did the compound bow hunting, and he was setting up a deer stand in the back of the house up the hill away. And one morning, he comes in, and I had just gotten up, and my routine is I have a cup of coffee, and then you can talk to me. And he comes in, and he says, did you break a tree branch that's right next to my stand? And I'm in my pajamas, and I say, no, when would I do that? Like, no. And he goes, and he's looking very disturbed. And I was like, show me. So I put on my boots, and we trudge outside up the hill, and he shows me where his stand is, there's a neighboring sapling that's about maybe 6 inches wide, and it was snapped, just broken, 10 feet up off the ground. And I'm looking around the dirt. I don't see anything. There's no scratch marks on the tree where his stand is. There's no scratch marks on the smaller sapling, or young tree. I guess it's not a sapling. And I'm looking around the hills, and I go, I have no idea who did this. Like, it's not cut, it was broken. Like when you take it, you can tell when you snap a branch or when you cut it, it looks very different. Right. And I said, come on, let's go inside. And we talked about it for a minute, and then that was it. That was it. And then the next time, we were riding home on our motorcycles from my mom's house. And I actually sent this story to Bart, and he read it on his channel. but I was in the lead, and my husband was behind, and we were going up this really windy road, and it was so narrow, and the hills came up to either side. Everything in there echoes, and we're on Harleys, so we're loud. So, and it's pitch black. I don't know if there was a moon out at all, but it was just starting to get really dark, and we're almost home, and I see up ahead, up the hill, are two huge white eyes, just perfectly round, you know, and they turn and look at me, and I was like, wow, this deer is a little slow. And without blinking, these two eyes drift left across the road, dip in the middle, rise up again, and float off without blinking. And I was like, what in the world? And I kind of let off the gas, and I see this huge kudzu curtain move to the left. That's all I could make out. Then I floored out of there. And as soon as we get to the stop sign up ahead, I wait for my husband to pull up next to me. I go, I think I just saw a Bigfoot. And he yells, what? And I said, I think I just saw a Bigfoot cross the road back there. And he goes, what? I'm like, I'll tell you about it when we get home. And we both just shot the throttle and went home. And I relayed what I saw to him. And then the next day, I went back to see on the same road to judge, you know, where it was and where the height was. Mm-hmm. And it was at least 12 feet tall. It was really tall. And
something you would want
if you guys are, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Not something you would want to hit on your bike.
No, that really was weird. It really freaked me out. The eyes, the way they floated, it was, and they were really spaced out, like at least a foot, like apart, and they were huge. And I was like, this deer is deaf. Like, why is he still in the road? and the road, I expected it to climb even higher, but it didn't. And when it didn't, I knew that thing was tall, whatever it was. And so that was a few of the incidences that made me realize that there's something else going on here. And after my husband and I got a divorce, things started ramping up at the house, where I learned how to do the oil and blessings and read the Psalms over the house. So and it's still going on to this day. So that's why I'm in the class.
Discord and, you know, it's noisy with you guys, fighting, just things to bring in more predatory.
Yeah. I'm sure that there was a heaviness in the area and over the house, and I was about to put a chicken coop up in the backyard, and then this was before everything happened, and something told me, I'm like, there's predators back here, but I'm thinking like maybe bobcats or something, you know, and so I never finished the coop. But then that's when I found the bones in our fireplace after we had eaten and cooked over the fire. And I would rebuke them in Jesus' name and take a stick and like push them out of the fireplace, you know, flick them into the little ravine area.
So this is an outdoor fireplace?
An outdoor fireplace, yeah. It was just a campfire. We liked to be outdoorsy and everything. And so, there is an incident that happened in the 70s there, I learned. This house that I lived at was on I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying it just seems like there's more and more that's.
Yeah, you can tell me to stop. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, but it just that
the more you talk, the more you remember.
The more you remember, there's more.
Yeah. Oh, I'm starting to keep a journal. There's a lot. But real quick, and I'll quit. This story, it happened in the 70s. This man, the house I lived in, we were actually tenants for the landlady. We lived in the guest house of the main house, and a family lived in the main house on this lake called Grandview Lake. And it's a man-made, dammed-up lake. And the overseer, I guess he was called, had a 4-year-old daughter that went missing there. And the story is that she drowned, but they never found the body. And I just think that that's weird. You know, that's not a coincidence. It makes me think, you know. But
you never heard any details on that. We have you were talking about the Bigfoot in the kudzu.
yes. Mm-hmm.
There's actually two in this photo. This is from Mississippi, but in some kudzu at a stadium. So there's lots of food around, lots of activity, lots of noise, some drumming going on, that kind of thing. In this picture, on the left-hand side of the photo, if it shows up right, there's actually two in here. One's facing forward and one's tilting just a tiny bit.
Okay, I see the darkness.
Yeah, that's a good.
And you see the front-facing one is more split like a dog in the face.
Yep.
Yeah. It's
So
kind of at a quarter angle.
Yes.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it.
So
Oh,
these
looks like a bear.
very, very close to where people are walking in the parking lot.
Kids.
So much going on. So
Yeah.
many
Not good.
going on. You could reach out from the parking lot and touch some bows and structures right there, and it's just no.
Is that in Georgia where you guys went last?
No, this was in Mississippi, but what maybe
Oh, Mississippi.
is because it was in the kudzu. That kudzu just
Oh.
couldn't be better for their height.
Yeah.
Lines.
Oh, it's
awful.
Oh yeah. It's like the South's plant. It's amazing what it could hide. Yeah. Yeah.
Start eating it. It's edible.
So
Yeah,
this,
it's medicinal.
yeah. So this would be for Lorna and who that's
What are we calling our
Night Stars. This is my name today, Night Stars. Tomorrow I will be Batman.
as far as having we both know.
Hey, what's up?
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey,
Hey, brother.
but the deer stands. What do we know deer stands to be? You know, before
Oh yeah,
those
They-
are
they were ambush spots. Yeah. Yep. That memory whenever you guys teach the class, these memories come back to me, and I go, oh my goodness, that rings a bell. Yep.
The more you tell your story, the more you're going to remember it. So keep going. If it's a long 3-day story, you tell it. You know, don't stop halfway through. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to take up all everyone's time. I know you're expecting somebody, and there's other guests, so I need to let me know when you want me to stop.
It doesn't look like she's
not
going
going to
to make
be
it.
able to make it, so you talk as long as you want to.
Tell us those
Hi, Jim.
stories.
Okay.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, how are you? Jerry and Lead Tracker E just posted a video that you did of their book review.
Yeah.
You've got some stories too, huh?
I've got a lot of stories. That last one I posted, I never told anyone that. I wasn't going to share that one on YouTube because it was like totally opposite of everything I know about Bigfoot. They were vegetarian, they were friendly, they did not want to have any type of aggression toward man, and it was just totally. I mean, they brought me the fish and the deer, and they would only eat berries and stuff that I picked for them. Or now I never known them to eat cooked food, but when I cooked some greens, they were right there. It's like, which tells me maybe this group of Sasquatch did grow up around a human population, and humans took them in at one time, because that's almost what it felt like. It was almost like they're used to being around humans for some reason. But I never told anybody that because it would be totally opposite of what everybody knows about Bigfoot. Because like I said, the only Bigfoot that we see are the aggressive ones that want to fight and rip us apart. To see docile ones are very, very rare. That's a very rarity. You know, especially with some of the aggressive stories I can tell you from when I was in the military. That's the details of what happened when I was in the military. The extreme details. That's gonna be my book. You know, so
Yeah. I didn't finish that video, but I have to go back and watch it. But yeah, it's Jerry was saying even the ones that eat berries, you don't trust them.
Oh
Because
no,
if one goes after you, yeah.
You know, I mean,
that food.
What was really strange
It's food,
about this
yeah.
I was going to wait and put this in my book. I was sleeping. I was laying under a tree. I was taking a nap. And the reason I say that they were around humans before is because they did something that it showed such a human trait when toward me. They took my sleeping bag. They unzipped it so it folded out into a blanket. They put it over me like they were tucking me in.
Oh my goodness.
And that freaked the hell out of me. I was actually laying there awake when they did this, and then they walked away. I'm like, man, and it got me to thinking that, you know, man, maybe, you know, this was after I was in the military, though, you know, and so it's like maybe they're not all bad, but I can't think that way. I gotta think that they're all out to get me in some way, sooner or later. You know, you can't ever let your guard down with these creatures because they are so unpredictable. But these creatures, that small group, was so more human-like than most humans I've met. It's crazy, you know. And I think the reason they weren't so aggressive is because they weren't meat eaters, you know, and because they say red meat makes you aggressive, and I don't know. That's a study right there. I'd have to find that group again, which would be really hard to do, or find a group like them. But and that's really hard to do. So, but man, I'm gonna tell you, that's some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Everyone has. I mean, there's so many experiences, so many different stories I can tell you on how Sasquatch has actually helped man and defended them against wild beasts, but at the same time, that same Bigfoot or that same Sasquatch would go after man and try to rip them apart. You know, that's why I say they're unpredictable. You know, so it's like
and there's no external way to tell, you know, who's who. Bart told me, he's like you just have to, you don't trust them. He just said there's not a kind one. You know, if one goes after you, the other one's not going to stop and the others are going to let him do it.
Yeah,
he said.
Jerry? In Oklahoma, the northwest corner.
Okay.
The northwest corner, quite where
not too long ago. And just like humans, predators can groom for a long time, up to even years, to gain trust.
Right.
That's what I was waiting for. I knew they were trying to get, you know, because they knew that I didn't trust them completely. Because I was always, every time they came near me, I was always awake. I would always wake up. You know, I was always like right there on guard. So, but I wasn't too on guard to where I still let them, you know, be around me, and they never hit for me. So it's like, you know, of course, there are more of them than there were me. So, but
sorry to interrupt you, but Tracker B just got in the room. She's having a lot of. So we're gonna try to let her talk while she's got.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
No, stay in the room. Y'all are welcome to stay in the room. Glad
welcome to stay in the room.
We'll Tracker B, can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Hey, we hear you perfectly.
Wow, good connection.
Can you speak up?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Tracker B. How are you?
Hey,
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're good. We're waiting on you.
Yeah.
I know I lost track of time here. Fell asleep.
Oh, that's okay.
No, it wasn't going through on our end at all.
Everybody stay in the room because we do have trackers. We do have experienced people in the room.
Yeah.
So B, tell us. Let's go ahead and start with
Why you called us this morning?
The latest, and then we'll track back a little bit.
I can barely hear you guys.
Go ahead and start with why you called us this morning. Update us on that, and then we can work back from there and get some other updates.
Okay. Well, this morning I called Tracker E and Jerry. I work in Shreveport. Well, I have training in Shreveport, so I drive like an hour and a half from Fisher to Shreveport every morning, and then in the evening I come back like about maybe 1:30, 2:30 in the morning after I finish my training. Well, this morning I left from my house late. Well, to me it's late. I left like probably about 5:16 in the morning. As I was going into Manny, there's a water tower on my right side, and I mean I was the only one on the road. It was like really dark, just dark, no stars, nothing. I mean it looked like it rained pretty bad, but as I was going on the road, the road was just wet, but a little bit cold. So I picked up speed from 45, by the time I got close to the water tower, I was probably going like 60, 65, high beam all the way down. Nobody on the road. And all of a sudden, my husband had changed the headlights on our car, so it's bright. The high beam is bright. And all of a sudden, I was going and I saw something on my right side. As I looked, there was, oh my gosh, I'm still shaking. There was something standing there, and I looked at it, and it was like covering the chest part up, chest part with the hands, the palms up, and the hands. The other left side was covering its eye, like the face part. I mean, it was big. It was big. And just stepped on the gas and took off. Like I hit 70 by the time I got to the retirement home. And I'm literally trying to call my husband. And I was listening to music, and it kept saying, "Please unlock phone. Please unlock phone." And I'm over here screaming. Slowed down, put in my numbers, and call my husband. I literally told him there was Bigfoot on the side of the road. There's a monster on the side of the road. And I'm literally like yelling at him, and he told me, calm down, you're safe. And I told him, I said, I don't even know if I should just turn around and go home, because I don't feel comfortable driving all the way in the dark because there's nobody on the road. I'm scared. I don't want, and then at the same time, I didn't want to turn around and go back towards the house, and it's right there. And he told me, just stay on the phone with me. Stopped, decided to I sat there for a little bit at the gas station, and finally just decided, hey, you know what? I need to get to work. Still dark. You know what? I'm just going to take off. So I went 65, 70 all the way to Mansfield. I mean, it was literally dark, like dark. Nobody on the road, trees on both sides. And then I calmed down when I got to the store and went to my office, sat there for a little bit, still shaking. And I thought, okay, you know what? Let me call Tracker E, and I'll let them know, oh Lord, this is what I saw. And I told her, I'm shaking, I'm still shaking. And after work, I'm thinking, okay, it's sunlight. I'm going to take off back home. 4:00 in the afternoon, I raced home. And I'm just, and still, it scares me. It just, the thing that, it was just standing there like, And then I was telling my husband, hey, you know what? Why didn't it just run off? Why was it standing there blocking its eyes? I was thinking about what was it thinking? Why was it just standing there when I literally went by it like going 60, 65?
You were that isolated car on the road. I know you said this morning that you had a feeling that normally you drive in the right lane, but this, because it's a divided highway, right? And you said
Yes.
you drive in the right lane, but you drove in the left-hand lane. Something told you this morning. You said something told me to get in the other lane. There's two things you said. Something told you about. You knew you had those senses that you were about to run into some trouble right before that happened. Yeah.
Yes. When I left from the house, it's really dark, and when I left from the house, as I was going towards the stop sign, I was thinking, you know what, I better lock my door. And something's, I just had a weird feeling from there. I clicked my locks, didn't stop. I just kind of rolled and eased into right by the stop sign, and I took off. And then I was going, and I thought, you know what, I'm just going to stay on the left side. I usually go on the right side, because that's the right of way. But then I thought, I'm just going to stay on the left side. And something told me stay on the left side. And I'm just I'm still really freaked out about it.
Will you describe it for us in the best you can?
It was, I drove right by it, and it was a weird dark color. Just, it looked dirty, like it wasn't shiny, it wasn't black, it was a weird brownish, dark brown, blackish color. And the face just didn't, it looked like one of those, I was telling Tracker E, it was looked like one of those, monkey mask, and it just looked so weird, like, a monster, it was big.
But when
you
didn't think it was an actual mask. It's just
it wasn't a man. It was monkeyish, like, had big hands. I saw the hands. I saw the face, but not the whole face. It was covering one of the hands was covering the eyes. That's what really, really, like, just caught my attention. It was, I don't know. It was, the head was sideways, and it was like trying to avoid the headlight.
You're in Louisiana, right?
Yes, Jim. In the area.
That would be the Rougarou. The Rougarou Bigfoot. No one to cover his eyes. They cover their eyes, and when they cover their eyes, they pretend that no one can see them. That's why he was covering his eyes. He was trying to sneak up on you.
I don't know, but it looked really just scary, like devilish kind of look. Like, it just, yep. I don't know how to describe it, but it just scared me.
How big did you know? What, long hair, short hair, claws, number of fingers, anything like that?
I just went by it so fast, but the fur was just, wasn't no bear. I know that because it was tall. It didn't have long stringy hair, and it didn't seem like it. It was just furry. It was just hair, like fur.
Right. Did you see anything like that? A hump on its back, or?
Oh, I didn't see the back part of it. It was like just facing towards the road. Kind of like a
stop, because a lot of people would stop and try to back up, and that's what it would want for people to stop and try to see what's up.
Oh yeah, after seeing that, I wasn't gonna stop. I just stepped on the gas and I took off, like.
Yeah.
And literally, I'm still just in shock right now. Like, I told my
I
husband I
bet.
think I'm just gonna try and not ask for midday instead of early morning hours to work because it's just scary.
Yeah, I didn't go on that road for months after I saw that Bigfoot. I mean, months. Yeah, it's scary seeing those things.
Yeah, they call that
It's
Bigfoot
and
known as the real guru because he likes to cover his eyes, and if he covers his eyes, he thinks no one can see him. So
Mhm.
it's a way. If he covers his eyes, get the hell out of there because he's ready to attack. So
They also don't want that light in their eyes.
yeah,
Oh, right. Right. Yeah.
Can you tell us about also in that same area? Are there missing people?
Yes. A couple of months ago, I don't even have my book. My daughter took off with my car. I have my book in there. I had documented a couple of months ago that it wasn't a person, it was like a puppy. Also there's missing people here. There was the latest one that I had was the missing puppy. The little girl, we just my husband and I were, in the house, it was about 11:30, something like that. We saw flashings, through the windows. So I said, what's going on? What's going on? So, me being nosy, we looked out and it was like, there's people flashing their flashlights. So I dragged my husband out there. Come on, let's go under the porch. Let's go be nosy. So we went out there.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Did we lose you, B?
And they've actually are calling B, or they have been for a long time in that area, the Bigfoot lady.
Yeah, it turned out that
Oh.
a lot of the locals were making fun of her, but the tide has turned, and now there's people seeking her for knowledge because there's been so many sightings increasing in that area.
Wow, that's great that she's there to provide that assistance for people. Yeah. And
Gary, if you got the funds, yeah, take a trip down to her house, man. See what's going on down there.
We have before. We've been down there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've taken thermals and night vision and tracked with her and tracked that area. And
there's a couple videos on it.
it's just all over the place.
The thing in that area, it's a close neighborhood, and there's nothing she can do about all the structures around. There's no control. Can't shoot there. Can't run them off there. Can't. If the neighbors aren't lighting things up and aren't cooperating, all you can do is your little square city lot, and what you can do is what you can do. It's not like having a chunk of property where you can push them off.
I think she's having a little connection problem, but that's okay. Yeah. When she comes back on, she's had these things around her area. They've tried to get into her house. They've tried to pull her air conditioner out.
They've mimicked her husband to lure the daughter out.
oh my gosh.
But she knows exactly everything that, we went there and found all the spots. But yeah, like we said, it's only their yard we can handle.
You got
other property. They don't want to be here at this rental place, but not a lot of choices around there.
Do you have any of this documented on video? I would really like to see it if you do.
Yeah. We'll go back and look on, and we meant actually, we'd sent her a message earlier asking if she could send us the links. We didn't get to look them up, but of her older videos, we can come back and link them in the comments later, unless I can find them real quick. But
the spot I'm waiting on is the Bray Road, but the game wardens and stuff up there all being dicks and stuff. So I got to wait on that,
B should put up trail cams like you recommended.
yeah. Talk to them about lighting, talk to them about trash and
They've done a lot.
underbrush, and yeah, they have done a lot, but there's only so much
Good.
you can do with a rental property and with
Right.
so close. But she has noticed that some of the areas that were darker when we were there are getting lit up. There she is. B, can you hear us?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good.
Yay.
Up on how is Southern doing? Do you know anything new on Southern, or brief or story about Southern for those who don't remember from before?
Sure. Southern right now is, I guess, doing a lot better. You know, after everything that they have done for him, you know, like his grandma and them. But Southern story, this okay. This is when I first met Jerry and Tracker E, and Southern had come down to visit my daughter from New Mexico. And as we were coming back from Shreveport, you know, I was telling him, "Do you believe in Bigfoot?" And he looked at me. He goes, "Yeah, I do." He said, "Why?" And I said, "Because I'm not. Don't laugh." I said, "There's some, you know, in the forest right behind where we live, and I don't want none. I tell my kids, don't walk around in the forest. Do not walk on the road at night. Do not go by yourself. So I'm letting you know right now. Just be careful when you're at the house." And they were like, "I want to see it." You know, he goes, "I want to see it." I said, "No, you don't." I said, I do not go back there." So a couple of days passed. My husband and I went to work. And as we got home, like about 10 o'clock, my daughter comes on, tells us that Southern hasn't come home. He had gone for a walk on the back roads, and he wanted to see what was around Fisher. So she said, "Mom, he left like about 5-6 o'clock, and he hasn't come back. It's like 10:30." So we waited and waited, and it was midnight. And finally, I had to call the sheriff's office, and the sheriff right down the road came up, and I told him, I said, "Don't laugh about me, please don't, because my son, Bigfoot, there's a thing in the woods that chased my son, Josh. It has long hair. It's Bigfoot." I said. He didn't laugh. He didn't say any. He just. I mean, I think he knew, because he just said, "I'm gonna go ahead and go take the back roads, and I'm gonna use my spotlight, and we'll find him." He said he just left. So I told my husband, I said, "I think he believes us." So we waited and waited and waited. And then I think about 6 o'clock in the morning was when the officers brought him back with long scratches on his legs. And it was like bleeding, bluish green. It was a weird color. And basically, you know, he had no pants, he had no shirt, no socks, his shoes were gone, his glasses were missing, and he just went straight. The police should have taken him to the hospital, but they just dropped him off here at the house. And my daughter was talking to him, and he's saying he was hysterical. He was saying that there were things running around him. He got lost. They chased him. He sat against the tree all night. He heard like, you know, something talking, like a bunch of them running around and like around him. He started praying real loud, just loud, and they found him like that. And a couple of days later after that, they took him, and they put a bunch of charges on him, and he stayed in jail for like 4 months. And to this day, he's having issues, you know, mentally, you know, of what happened to him. But he doesn't really want to talk about actually what happened to him. Just a little bit of what, you know, the noise, the scratches, and everything. And my daughter knows what happened to him. It's just like, she says that Southern's privacy, you know, he told me things So I'm not telling no one, she said. And it's bad, Mom, she said. Really bad. So it must have been bad because, he's still having problem and issues.
He couldn't even talk about it all the time. And,
Yeah.
and
He
he was
could,
18, 19, right in there.
yes, he's 19. He's probably almost 20 now.
And it really gave him PTSD. And then who are you going to tell about it? What about that they're not going to try to get you on medication and say that you're hallucinating? And that, so when he comes out with the police, what people need to understand why he got arrested is he ended up having some mental health issues, breakdowns, and he's freaking out trying to get a hold of a neighbor lady, and she misunderstood. He's trying to warn, and he ended up getting
And even
accused of trying to attack her, but he wasn't. He was just out of his mind.
Oh.
Hey, Jerry,
So go ahead,
Jerry,
Jim.
do you know what your Urcilla is?
a what?
Your Urcilla. It's a mix. It's your hybrid. It's your cross between Bigfoot and a dogman.
How do you
That
spell
sounds
that?
like, huh?
How do you spell that?
It's a Urcilla. UR SLUA or something like that. Urcilla,
Okay.
and it's a hybrid you keep talking about. The mix between Dogman and Bigfoot, and from what you're explaining about these creatures running around, but not really attacking, but kind of scare the crap out of them. It sounds like you're chilling. Now they will run in the same pack as Bigfoot or Dogman because they can blend into both. They can they're welcomed by both. So it's like it's and he said scratches on the leg because a lot of times they will grab a person by the leg, shake them, and drop them, but they won't really do anything to them. And that's and the way you described how he was attacked and stuff, that doesn't sound like a Bigfoot. A Dogman will just rip them apart. A Bigfoot, they might push him around, but that sounds more like a Urcilla, like your hybrid, and they're very rare. They are around, but they're very rare. They're known in the southern hemisphere, like Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Georgia. That's where they pretty much and they were basically the Rougarou is what they were called. Is what they're known down there as, So they're a mixed hybrid, is what they are.
What we talk about is that we don't worry so much about breaking them down into the individual kinds because they keep mutating, they keep changing, and
Yeah.
to keep it broad, they're all predators, period, all to be avoided because they follow the same kinds of patterns. They're going to have different features pulled out. Some are a little more spiritual, some are less, more base animalistic, but some know how to handle the energy, but they're all
They have the same origin and it's evil.
exactly different skill
Yeah.
sets, just like a humans would have, or demons have different levels, but
Yeah.
The strange part is it also sounds like a race.
I was wanting to be they call you the Bigfoot lady, and you got that because all the information you were sharing, and no one, I mean, they ridiculed you, they called you a drug addict, they called you every name in the book for bringing all this forward. You talked to your neighbors. Can you tell us about that missing puppy that you was about to get to when I believe it was your neighbors, right?
Yeah, it was our neighbors. Well, my husband tried to let him know the first time around, and all he told my husband was, if anybody comes in my yard, I have a gun, and they're gonna get shot. They know what's good for him. Anybody who comes in my yard, he said. So my husband was like, oh, okay. So he left, And couple months later, that's when I saw all those, flashlights going off all over. I think it's those high powered ones. And being nosy, we went out, and then I heard the little girl crying. So I said, you know what? Let's just go over there and see what's going on. So we went over there halfway, and I guess they were missing their puppy. And the little girl said, a monkey took my puppy. The monkey took my doggy, the monkey took my doggy. And the father was like, monkey didn't take your dog. The dog's missing. So my husband and I just looked at each other. And after that, I guess they looked all over for it. And then right after that, dogs barking all over there, flashing their flashlights. And the guy actually, said there's something in those woods. We believe you guys. There's something in those woods. They let off some shots back there. That's when he apologized to us and said, "Hey, there is something in those woods. I seen it myself." And he just apologized to us, and now he has his whole yard has lights all over. And now he believes us. He was the main one that was like, he didn't believe us or anything like that. He was kind of rude to us. But after all that happened, seeing it for himself, now he believes us.
Sometimes that's what it takes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Tracker B, was that your son that had the incident?
She's talking about
that he got lost in the woods?
Southern? Oh no, that's my
Southern?
daughter's that's my daughter's friend. He came out to visit my daughter from New Mexico.
Okay, got you. If he's ready, maybe get him in touch with this group as like maybe a help group or another, chat channel. That might help him when he's ready, with the healing.
So I'm glad to hear he's doing better, because that's the first good report we've had in almost 2 years, B?
Yeah, so it's been that long. It's just imagine, sitting there and then things around you, and then me just driving by, and it really scared me. And then with him, he was out there in the woods with them, around him.
For the viewers that haven't heard the story of the young lady at that big box store there behind that Walmart.
Yes.
Will you catch people up on that? Could you tell
Sure.
that?
My husband and I work at Walmart, and this girl just went to Walmart, bought a few things, got in her car, started the car, climbed out the passenger side, left the car on, left the doors open, and walked straight back into the woods. I think it's one of those startup cars, without the key, because they said they found her key by the tractor sale place. She went in there. Nobody didn't even know, she was missing. Until, I don't know if they just closed her car door. I don't know what happened with that, but a couple of days later, my coworkers were saying, "Did you know that there was a girl back there? They found her. She was dead. She was apparently parked her car here, left it on. That whole story." And I said, "No, I didn't know." And they said, and then the investigation was going on, and I guess a couple of the coworkers they know her mom, or they're related to her. Some of them were related to her, and they were saying that the officers didn't really do a good investigation. They said she was on drugs, that she just died in the woods. But her family, one of her cousins, was telling us that she was scared of something. Obviously, she was running from something, because she climbed deep into some weeds that had thorns on it, and she crawled way in there, and she was trying to kick or something, and her eyes were open, scratches all over her legs, just like Southern, and she had died like that. And it took them like
Terrible.
a couple of it took them like a couple of days to get her out, I guess, because of the whatever, the thorns and stuff. And they found her keys behind the tractor sale, and then running. I think she was running. They said they think she was running across the field because they found her wallet quite a ways from the tractor sale, and then they found her in the woods. So they're
Always lured her off into that, and then the local authorities tried to cover it up, and they tried to say that maybe she met somebody out in the woods. She left her car door open, went to buy something, left her car door open, and walked into the woods to have an illicit affair, really. And the family's up. She wasn't a drug addict, and this is what happens so much.
Sounds like mind control.
Can't defend themselves. They're, gone, and the family was very
Sounds to me like mind control.
Mm-hmm.
well, or she heard a woman, if she heard a baby cry or call for help, those kind of.
They covered up in that area.
What's the first one?
It was right behind it.
And then the same thing with the.
But I was the things that are going on at your home. You mentioned about the voice being called, the air conditioner scratches doors. Can you tell us about the home activity and what you've done to kind of deter people may use?
Well, one night we were I don't remember our air conditioner. My husband had just put it up, and one side of the plastic, the covering on the side, it was all torn off, and the air conditioner was crooked. And I told my husband, I said, "There's something." I said, "Something tried to climb in here." So he went and fixed it. He said everything's gonna be fine. Probably didn't want me to get scared or anything like that. That happened, and then just July, I think it was July, just last year, July or August. It looked like something had walked up to the side of the house where the air conditioner was, and it put a big handprint on my door, like it was trying to to see if it'll open, because there's a big handprint on my door, and then right by my doorknob, kind of below it, there's another handprint. It's like the right handprint and the left handprint, and it looked like it leaned up against the house wall, because you know how when you have a mop, like if it's smutty or you bang it against something, you see those like curvy lines from the mop. Well, my wall had like curly fur that was hanging down. And I still had the mark on my wall. I still have the mark on my doors. I didn't wash it off. I left it there. And it's been there since July of last year. And I have a video of that on YouTube. It's under Caballero Bigfoot. And if you guys want to see that, it's on there.
Yeah.
My son filmed a couple of them coming out from the woods, and it's on Liddy Road. That's also under Caballero Bigfoot. One is big and one is small, and I think I have pictures of that there also. I had showed that to Tracker E and Jerry. And he pointed out, there's some here. You see this one on here. So when we expanded it, there were like a couple of them in that picture.
Well, real quick,
And,
I have to run, you guys. But what's your YouTube channel name, Tracker B?
It's gonna be Bernice Caballero.
I'll drop it in.
Oh, sorry, you broke up.
Oh.
I'm grabbing it right now, and I'll put it in the chat.
Okay, thank you. I have to run, everyone. It's been real fun. I have to wake up early. But I'll catch up later. All right, go ahead.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Take care.
See you in class.
Don't let the Bigfoot bite.
Can you tell us about the voice, the child being called, or?
Oh,
The mimicking of
my husband and I were at work again also, and she thought my husband was home. It got dark, and she's over there on the swing. She's 12 years old. It's at night. She's swinging, and I told her numerous times, do not hang around out there because there's things out there. You heard them. Dogs bark at them. You seen footprints. You went with your brother. There's footprints in the forest. There's tree things going on. She still sits out there. The one night, I guess she was swinging, and she said she thought she heard her dad, and she was thinking, "Oh, my dad's home." So she went around behind the house because the sound came out from behind the house. She went back there, and she was like, "My dad's not back here." So she stood there, and then she was heading back towards the swing, and then on the side of the house where the cars are parked, she thought she heard her dad say, "Collins." And she went that way around towards the side of the house, and she said the car wasn't there. She said, "Mama, my car wasn't there." And then I hurry up and ran back in, and I told my brother, she said. And then she called me. She was like, "Is Dad home?" I said, "No, Dad's here at work." And she's like, "Mom, something like sounded like Dad." It was like, "Collins," or something like. She was. It was deep voice, and I thought it was my dad. I just got after. I told her, "You're not supposed to be out there. I told you." And she was scared. She was scared.
And she's old enough to really, it's not like she's a toddler. She was old enough to know, it took a certain amount of fooling for a kid that age to think that was Dwayne. It's not like it was a little bitty kid.
Yeah, she thought it was Dad.
Can you talk about the heavy footsteps on the porch and the dogs acting up? Do you remember that?
Yes. One night, after you guys went back home, a couple months later, I was sleeping, and all of a sudden I woke up like I'm gonna hear something. I just had a weird feeling. Then I rolled, and I thought, I'm gonna go back to sleep. I'm gonna try and go back to sleep. And then I heard like something heavy, get on the porch, because I could hear the porch creak. Then I thought, wait a minute, did I just hear that? So I'm just laying there listening, and I heard it again, like creak, creak. And I thought, okay, something's on the porch. So I went to go wake up my husband. I said, something's on the porch. He said, there's nothing on the porch. I said, no, there's something that got on the porch. And then I heard it again. And then I heard, oh. I said, that was it. That was it. I told him, I said, did you hear that? And he said, yes. And I got really scared. I was just laying there. And then he got up. I think it hurt him because, the floors are like the boards. So he got up and walked towards the window, and it just went pop. Like the weight got off the porch. And he went up to the window, and he said, there's no one. So he goes up to the door and opens the door and looks around out there. But you can hear the dogs barking down the road.
And will you talk about the time with Josh and when he was headed down the road? And y'all will find that, I think, on Bernice's channel too. Is that, if that's still up?
Oh yes, that was when my brother came by. The first time we came here was back in December of 2019, and my son, when did they come? Was it April, May? The next year, my son came about April or May, June, something like that, in the summertime, they decided to come move out here. So we told them it was okay, you guys can stay with us. So they moved out here, and he was saying he missed home. So and on the reservation, my we can walk around at night. It's quiet, it's peaceful. You don't have to be scared of anything. So he probably figured, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and at night I'm gonna walk from Liddy Road to back road, and I'm gonna take a walk, and I'm gonna come back. So in the evening, his friend, he went somewhere with his friend. He told his friend, "Drop me off right here. I want to walk home because I want to hear the birds chirp and all that, and I just want to walk home. It's peaceful, it's quiet, and it's warm." So he gets off and he starts walking. He said, "Mom, it was really nice out there." He's walking, and then we were talking to him. I think a day or two later, after this happened, and he was saying, I was walking, and then all of a sudden I heard like crunching, like leaves crunching beside me on my left side. And he said he just kept walking, and he thought it was, a hog, something. So he just kept walking, and then he said it was getting louder and louder. But what got him was the tree break, like a branch break. He said that's what got me. And I thought to myself, what's going to break that, a tree like that? So he said he just kept walking. And then the next thing that happened, he said that he heard a grunt like, oh, oh. And I'm like, he's like, did I just hear that? And he said he started walking fast, like power walk. And he said the faster he started walking fast, he said it was right along beside him. Boom, 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 boom. And then he said that he heard, like just making a weird noise, like a grunt. So he said he saw the light way up there on top of the hill. He just kept walking fast. And when he stops, the thing stops. So he decided, I'm just going to run. So he said he started running. He said he didn't stop until he got up to that light. And it was a street light looking thing where the trucks stop, I guess where the truckers sleep. And he said he went under that light, and he said he was real tired, like his legs were ready to give out. When he looked back, he said, Mom, I'm not lying to you. He said that thing was tall, and it was reddish brown, and it was missing hairs, and the arms were long past the knees, and the arms were swinging back and forth. It started yelling. I didn't know what to do, Mom. He said, I was real tired. I couldn't run because my son is, he's big. My son is chubby. He's not medium size. He's about about close to 300 pounds. And he said that he took a breather, and then he got really scared. And he said, you know what? I'm just going to run. So there's a fence line right there. And he said that quite a ways down, there's an opening. He said he just started running that way, went through the fence and started running down the street. And he got to the street lights all the way down. He ran all the way down the street, turned to the right, and then he ran home. He said, I fell over the fence, he said. And then he was, Mom, banging on the door. Boom, 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 boom. We got scared. I jumped up and opened the door, and he fell in. And he was like, oh, he was in shock. He was like, ma. And he was trying to talk. We just literally had to calm him. It took us a long time to calm him down. He was shaking, and it looked like he was crying too. And
he's a tough guy. He's not just some little wimpy, scary, tough man.
Yeah, he's taller than me. He's like his dad, like 5'9" and 300 pounds, and he's not. He's a tough boy, and me seeing him like that it just really scared me. And finally, when he told us towards the morning, like 4 or 5 o'clock, we stayed up with him, kind of calmed him down. He told us everything. You believe me, Mom? You believe me, huh? You believe me? And I said, yes, I believe you. I promise you, I'm not lying to you, and I told my husband, I said, we were just thinking, okay, maybe it's Bigfoot he saw. So we left it at that, and I think he called his uncle. 2 weeks later, his uncle came down, and they decide to go back to Liddy Road because my brother wanted to see it. And I guess they went into the woods, and he told his uncle this is where it started from. And they went. My brother said they went 100, maybe a football field, length back into the woods. There was a trail going, back. And when they got to the end of the wooded area, they said there was my brother said it looked like a nest. He said it was like a bowl, kind of like a bunch of people lay in that area. He said, sis, there was trash, like paper sacks and bags, and it smelled. He said it really, really smelled. And I guess my son started hooting, woo! And he said that after a couple of hoots, that's when they heard that tree branches breaking, something walking towards them. And when they yelled and roared, my son said my brother just ran right by him. My brother's like 5'7" and big too. And my son said he just ran right by me, and I was trying to run after him. We just stopped until we got back to the main road. We stood there for a little bit, and we started to walk back up, he said. And he said that they went almost up to where the trucks had stopped, and they were hooting again. And he said that it came out. There was a big one, a dark black one that came out from the trees. And that's when they started filming it. And you can literally hear my brother say, look, there's another little one. Look, there's a little one. And a little dark black one came out into the footage. And my brother, of course, started walking towards it. And my son was like, just go ahead. Just, if you want to go, keep going on. Keep moving. And my brother's over there walking towards it. And then I think when it came out even more, that's when you can see my brother stop. Hesitated for a while, and then he started walking towards it. He has the longer version of the video, but me uploading it on YouTube, it cuts some part off. But he still has the longer version.
Yeah.
But you can also see in that video of him stopping, you could tell
He hesitated.
he hesitated whenever
Big
he seen it move.
You could see that internal struggle.
Yeah.
Do I really
Yeah.
want to do this?
Yeah, like you have that feeling like, shall I go forward or not? Shall I go forward or not? And then he just started moving forward again, but he was hesitating. Like, if it comes running, I'm going to take off back. And
Spirit body.
yeah, it was after I saw that, they brought it back and we watched it, and I was like, wow, it's right there. So I used my iPhone, I got a close shot of it. I messed with my iPhone, darkness, lightness, color, all that, and I have a picture of the little one. It really has the monkey face, and it's peeking out like what my brother said. When it peeked out, it's peeking out. I have that pic of it. And yes, and then I have the one that's really big. It's probably like 7 or 8 feet tall, and it's really husky and big. That's in the picture also. And that's when Jerry looked at it, that's what he noticed when he pointed it out. And I looked at it and I expanded it, and it's like literally right there. It's
Your entire family has had one kind of encounter or another, but what's the most recent activity besides this one on the road around the house? Are you still having
the let's see, the recent one, The recent one before this one was I was driving up the road right here, heading towards the 171 of that stop sign. I always get scared right there. I was driving, didn't stop. I just rolled on through because there was nobody there, and I took off. This was like probably 4:35, something like that, before the sun was going down. I know that because the trees, you know how the tree line, when it's fall, you can see through the trees. But in the summertime, it gets so thick and you can't see nothing. Well, the sun was shining through the trees, and I was driving by, and I was with my husband. I looked towards the tree because I have to always be aware of my surrounding. And I looked towards the trees, and there was one standing there. I didn't really see the base or nothing like that, but it was right there. It was dark black, and it had something in its hand, like holding it. And I told my husband, I think it has a deer, I said. And then I screamed at him. He looked at me. He goes, just keep going. I said, no, I want to take a picture of it. So we went further down. There was a U-turn. I U-turned and I went back up, and I went slow, where I seen it, and it was gone.
Well, B, we are at almost 3.5 hours. We want to have you back again for another show.
Yeah, we'll get the time, everything worked out.
We'll set it up again.
Okay.
Do some
Can
work,
I-
work night for a lot of people.
Can I ask you a question?
And then, yeah, we can ask
Please
questions,
do.
and we'll do comments too real fast if there's any.
B,
When
when the Bigfoot was near your house, was there an odor smell when it messed up the siding, like hair and like on the side of your house? Did you notice a smell or an odor?
When you walk out of my house, you can really smell, like just crap and just rotten meat, rotten, eggs and stuff like that. You can smell that. And especially when you walk off the porch. And just recently, my husband was looking where our dog is, because we have a big dog, and it barks at night. It goes hysterical. It goes crazy. So there's a fence line right there, and my husband, I guess, was using his phone, looking behind there, and all the weeds and stuff was pushed down, like something was laying there.
Yeah.
So he had to go back because of the fence line, and that's the neighbor's yard. We can't really clear that out. So at night, when nobody's over there, he gets one of those rakes and I guess tries to brush it out away from our fence. But we can't really do anything in the daytime because that's their yard, and they're kind of really, like, don't touch my stuff, or you need to stay on your own side kind of people.
Yeah.
There's a lot of blinds there
I got a
too.
question.
There's a lot of ambush areas. Go ahead, Jim.
Yes.
Hey, when was the very first? Now you said when you moved into this house, you started having these sightings and this activity.
Yes, back in 2019 in December, we moved in December. It was before Christmas, I believe, about December 17, 18, something like that. And the first time I noticed something was in January. Dogs were barking, and something was screaming. Oh! And then it was like about 1-2 o'clock in the morning, and I told my husband, I said, somebody's screaming and yelling. And then it was on the north side, south side, west side, east side, like it was going off in all directions, not at the same time, but minutes apart. And I told my husband, I said, somebody's screaming. And he told me it's probably drunk people.
So it just started up when you moved in? I mean, you didn't do anything to draw these creatures to you? They were already there?
It looks like they were already here, because I heard that, and then I went outside, I looked around, all the neighborhood dogs were going crazy. And
do you live on the reservation now?
Also, when she moved in,
No.
marks all over the door and extra locks on the door, and there was indications of the
Scratches
people
on the
before
door.
that already had a lot of
If
trouble.
you
Whole area
need help,
all around.
if you need help getting rid of these creatures, let me know. I know how to do that, but it's
Mhm.
a very long process. But the creatures will go away.
Jim, it's a location thing. There's nothing she can do, but it's a little like you wouldn't believe how close up in the middle of town it is. She can't, like, she's got her little square fence.
This is happening in town.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like a little community, like, you know, it's nothing but elderly that live around us. And right across the street there's a couple of houses all the way down, but behind their houses nothing but forests and trees. And then it goes all the way around us, forests and trees.
Okay, but there's still a way to get rid of them, and I've dealt with situations like this, but it's a long process. I have to contact some friends of mine and see if they're still willing to help me get rid of them for you. I mean, they will relocate to a different place on their own, but it'll be a long process. If you want them gone,
Because we've done, we've talked about the blinds and the, you
Yeah.
know, pointed out everything and all the deterrence methods. It's just a matter of she can't control the neighbors around her. She can't control the forest right there in that area. She's not got the permission to go into those areas. And
oh really?
difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ain't got permission. You ain't got permission to go in the forest.
There's some kind of well, I asked about that with the sheriff down here at the courthouse, and they said that people are not supposed to be shooting in there. People are not supposed to be putting trail cameras in there. They're not supposed to be hunting in there. So I told the lady, I said, well, my kids go walking back there and they see hunting, you know, tents and stuff, those little setups.
Yeah.
I said, they're back there. And she's like, well, they're going to get tickets or they're going to go to jail. They're not supposed to be back there. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really.
The cops, there's a reason law enforcement don't want you back there. It sounds to me like the government has a lot to do with this, because government will relocate these creatures to an area, and then they'll put off limits as far as that area. And even though there's people living there, now these creatures are harassing the people that are living there, have been for years, but no one's really done anything. I'm gonna have to check into that. What are you say you by Shreveport?
I live in Fisher.
Okay. I'll have to
Yeah.
check into that. If there's some kind of classified thing on there, then you're right in an area where it's all government control. There's nothing the sheriff can do about it, nothing you can do about it.
Right.
All you can do is move. But
Yeah.
if there,
Yeah, we're in the process of moving because my work is like an hour and a half away.
I can check into it, and if there's a government any classified documents on it, you're screwed.
I have no I never been out here before. We lived in Manny, in the town of Manny, and my coworker was telling me this is a peaceful place. It's a good place to live. You don't have to worry about crime. We moved here and we got to worry about Bigfoot.
The government, what they will do is what they've been doing since because they actually have interpreters to talk to these creatures. These creatures have their own language, so it's like a whole big government conspiracy. You know, they act like they don't exist, but they do. I mean, this is all gonna be in my book when I write it. All the I'm probably getting in trouble if the government got a hold of my books. I'm gonna tell all in there, and it's like the government actually can talk to these creatures in their language and say, hey, you can basically have this area if you want it. And what they do is they take a bunch of rogue Bigfoot or other cryptids and say, hey, there's only a few people down here. Go ahead, place is yours. If that's the case, then when I check into it, it'll say I will come up with is government classified, and then that means that they relocated those Sasquatch from a different area to there. It'd be a long time ago they did, you know, but if it's classified, then yeah, just move because there's nothing you can do about it. Because the government ain't ever gonna admit they exist.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
by the government admitting that there's another creature in the woods, another animal, it takes a lot of money to bring those creatures to life. You know, it takes a lot of money
Yeah.
to put in the books. It takes a lot of money to, and they don't want to deal with it. So they try to move them around, relocate them. And even though they're given the small population of whatever town they're near, the government ain't gonna do nothing about it because they put them there for a reason. So, and more than likely they put them there. They put them around small towns so they have actually food to eat. They eat people, so you know you're probably on the menu.
And not only
Yeah.
do they not,
I'm serious. I'm
Not
serious.
Yeah,
she knows.
nothing surprises me with the
Oh
government.
yeah, I know. Why do you think I stay out of the woods?
Yeah.
Do they not admit that they're out there, but they're actively
Yeah.
harassing and abusing and turning them
That's
into
why the police.
trying to warn about them being out there.
That's why
Yeah.
the police will give you a fine if you're out there. See, the police know what's going on. They know what's going on. And
Oh, yeah.
the only way they can keep you safe is by finding you if you're out there, so you don't go out there. They can't not come out and tell you, hey, that's government control, that's a government experiment. They can't tell you that.
Yep.
So they're gonna put you in jail every time you go in the woods or
Yeah.
you do something. So that's why I'm saying it's probably a government classified project, and I'll find out when I check into it.
Tracker B also is Dene, Navajo tribe, and this area is also got a lot of racism going on. They're treated completely different when they try to report things and talk about things too.
Yeah.
There's some issues in that town.
Mhm.
You know, a lot of times that the government will get rid of the a lot of the white supremacists will get rid of the non-whites by taking them out the woods and dropping them off.
Yeah.
And the government has a lot to do with that too. I've seen that firsthand when I was in the military. So yes, that will be in my book too. So like I said, I'm gonna tell all.
Yeah.
And this book could probably get me in trouble, but I don't care. People need to know. And they'll take the most aggressive Sasquatch they got and put them in a certain area to get rid of a certain group of people. They do it all the time.
Yep.
Except they do it under the cover of darkness most of the time. So under your nose, basically, is what I'm trying to say. You know, right under your nose will do it. And you won't even.
Here is in Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there was actually the BFRO or
That's it.
BFRO is a joke.
Yeah,
BSRO.
they were actually wanting to find some kind of charge that they could get up on us for tracking in that area.
Yeah.
BFRO is a joke.
And
They're
they-
government funded. The government controls the BFRO. They're part of the government conspiracy. BFRO is a joke.
Two Tracker B also. They're
No, it doesn't surprise me.
Oh, what was that?
They don't
I
want
said
you
that doesn't
tracking that
surprise
area.
me what the government does anymore.
Oh,
See,
No,
it takes individual cryptozoologists like ourselves
yeah.
to bring everything to light, because if we started a group and we called it a group, the government would try to intervene and say, hey, you're going to work for us and do what we say.
Yeah.
And you know that's not going to happen. If anybody watching my channel, I'm rogue. I'll go on my own. I tell all, you know. I mean,
Mhm.
The thing is, they can't shut us all up. So
yeah.
No.
So what they do is they take BFRO and say, hey, you know, when they have the BFRO on TV or whatever, and they had their programs, there are a lot of videos of Sasquatch that they actually had, but they didn't allow them to put it on TV. They allowed them to put all the tracks and breaks and stuff like that. And they actually had pictures of video of Bigfoot and their activities, but they didn't allow them to do it because they're government control.
Control. Yeah.
yeah.
we're so tired of hearing not one good photo, not one good video. They're all over the place. But
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's what
I got
my
pictures.
coworkers
I got
were
pictures on
saying.
my channel. I got pictures
Why
on my
isn't-
channel. No?
Yeah, they're like, why isn't it there a good clear photo. You know, why is it always blurry?
Check
Who's
my
gonna
channel.
stand there and try and focus their camera? You know, I'm not. I'm gonna hurry up
Look
and
at my
take it and
channel.
run.
Look at my channel. I think I got a couple of good clear pictures. Well, the clearest I could get them. There were trail cams, but I got a couple of good pictures on there.
Yeah, that's what my coworkers were telling me. Why your pictures are always blurry?
Sometimes also
Just
the blue itself is the translucency that you know
Yeah.
the itself is the problem. The discoloration in that otherwise totally clear picture is the predator in its translucent state, and it's
Yeah, these creatures have been known not to really transform into anything, but they can blend into everything around them. And
things
so
depending on what.
the hair on these creatures are hollow, so it reflects light.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even though it looks like they go invisible, they don't. What they do is they just kind of blend themselves in.
Yes, but there's that, and there's also the things that can manifest spiritually that look exactly like them. That's why we don't try to keep everything in a box, because there's such a huge range of what they can do.
Yeah.
No,
transparent.
no, you're saying
Best, some do have the medulla missing, and we talk about that too. But
yeah.
going on.
You say they smell like rotten eggs. Know where the rotten eggs come from?
Sulfur from hell.
Farts.
The rotten eggs, and the sulfur that
Yeah.
they smell like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time you come around their nest, right close to their nest, when they feel insecure and they feel like they want to be safe, they sleep in the nearest methane tunnel, a tunnel that has methane in it, because we can't go in there. That's the only place that's why they go into these caves with all these methane gases. We can't breathe it, but they can.
They like that filthy air.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
But
And some people say there's orbs coming off them. Once in a while, they see orbs around the Bigfoot. That's methane actually burning off that is stuck in their fur, and it burns off as it gets the oxygen. And those are the orbs that people see. Now, and that's been proven several times. So it's like, but as far as being spiritual orbs, there might be a few of them, but all of them orbs, a majority of them are just a methane gas burning off because it was stuck in their fur. When it hits the oxygen, it just bubbles off and burns up in the oxygen atmosphere. But there are some spiritual orbs that people have seen that they can prove that. But
condensed energy essence down to its purest energetic form.
Yeah.
If you're an astral traveler or an astral traveler. When they're traveling, they're condensed into that, and then they can expand. That can control. That.
See, Jerry was also, wanting to know. Yeah, my family also, have seen Bigfoots. My brother, 3 of my brothers, myself, my son. My dad seen one right by his house. My grandma fed a baby Bigfoot until she passed away.
That was New Mexico, right?
That was in New Mexico at the Chusca Mountains.
Yeah. Some like I said in my video, some Bigfoot are, well, when they're young like that, they don't know, so they'll be friendly with you. But like the group I ran across, like Cracker E was saying that they could have been grooming me. They could have been grooming me, but all I know is the whole time they made me feel like family. So it's like, in a sense, I mean, I'm still on my guard, but they'll be friendly up to a point, but you always got to keep one eye on them, especially when you're sleeping.
Well, you tell people real quick what happened to you with getting knocked back 30 feet recently with that.
Yeah.
That was terrible, and we're very glad you're okay.
Yeah.
I was coming through the woods. I had my camera on me, and I seen. Well, actually, I didn't know he was there. kind of did, but I didn't. So I walk up, and next thing I know, this hand out of nowhere, bam, hits right in the chest, knocks me back about 30, 35 feet.
Mm.
Knocked the window. I was completely out. And when I come to, it's like they were just kind of telling me, "Hey, I'm in the wrong area," you know.
Mhm.
But it's the area I study all the time. It's my boss's land. You know, I'm back there all
Mhm.
the time doing work most of the time.
Mhm.
And when I'm doing work back there, they really don't bother me. But they know I'm just walking around with a camera. They know where the camera is. Okay, they know that they know.
Mhm.
I mean, they're intelligent. They more intelligent
Yeah.
than you give them credit for. So
So they came up on your left side then.
yeah,
They hit you on your
Well,
blind
yeah.
side.
West side, left
Mhm.
But the
side.
Yeah,
thing is,
your left side.
Wow.
even
Yeah.
though I got the whole attack on video, Men in Black took it away from me.
Yep. Cleared your camera, didn't they?
They
But they
cleared
let,
my camera. They
but
cleared
they
my camera and handed it back to me and said, "Here." They showed up
Wow.
at my door. They showed up at my door and said, "Here, you left this in the woods." I said, "How'd you know I was even on? It's my boss's land. Now we're talking a piece of land that ain't no more than 2 or 3 acres big. You know, no, I mean it's not like it's known out there. How would
Mhm.
they know that I'm out there? How would they know that this is how I know for a fact the government is in control of these creatures.
Mhm.
There's so much that the government knows about these creatures, and the fact that they're
uh,
Yeah.
thinking
some of
these
them and
creatures.
further weaponized them. Yeah.
You know?
Mhm. Yeah.
That's true. We had a couple of times we had a helicopter fly
Yeah,
like
yeah,
around our house, like in a circle.
yeah,
It would leave and then it would come back and fly in a circle. I mean, it's loud. It
yeah.
flew on top of our house and then
What
it
they
took
do,
off.
Mhm.
what they do is they fly the old Hueys, the ones that are real loud, the big ones.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
The reason they fly the old Hueys is because they're not in service anymore. So you're just gonna think it's someone who's into old helicopters flying around, but it's
Yeah.
not. I mean, it's a Men in Black or someone
Mm.
from that organization spying on you. Trust
Yeah.
me,
See, that's what
I
I
know
told my
all these
husband.
creatures.
He even went outside and saw it. It flew around
Make
our house like on top and then it took off.
Yep.
And I thought it was for somebody who was injured, to take them out. It
No,
didn't
no.
sit nowhere. It just a couple of times it just went around on top of our house and it took off back towards Manny.
Yeah,
So I don't know what it was doing flying around
it
on top
was
of our house.
it was it was trying to see. It was watching. It's basically seeing if you were there or because they're following you all over the place. Now that you've been on YouTube and you've been
Mhm.
dubbed the Bigfoot lady and everything, they're watching you. They got you on radar, so they are constantly watching you. And even if you move out of this house, they're still going to be watching. Let's say you never go in the woods again and never talk about Bigfoot again. They'll be watching you the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're on
yeah,
their radar. You will never get off their radar.
They're
Me,
always
I'm always
listening. They're
me.
always listening.
Yeah.
Me,
yeah.
I'm always on their radar because every time I go in the woods, I know they're there. And when they knock on my door and say, "Here, you left your camera in the woods," and they actually showed me the video. They didn't give me the SD card, but they showed me the video. I actually caught the creature hit me in the chest. I had my helmet cam on, so I caught everything, but they couldn't give it to me because they knew I'd put it on YouTube, and that would expose Bigfoot being in this area, and
Mhm.
they couldn't have that. So because I keep
Yeah.
telling people,
Mm.
I keep telling people Bigfoot's here.
Like what? Broken ribs, chest plate was what
I
all
had
were
I had
you?
my chest plate bruised up. I had some broken ribs. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I could move, but I was hurting.
Mhm.
One was
Ooh,
You know, I
it
mean,
wasn't a big one
that
either.
hurts.
he'd been patting on me for like it was more bruised than they were broken, but they were like a fracture sort of, but it wasn't really broken, which is kind of
Yeah.
and it was like I'm gonna tell you, for a little guy, that thing could hit, man. Those things are strong, man.
You bet there are.
It was
Yeah.
I mean, they showed me the video. They said, "Well, we'll at least show you," because they know me on a first name basis because they're always chasing me out of the woods or doing something to take my video camera and stuff from me, you know. And this ain't the first encounter with Men in Black. I have encounters with them all the time, and it's usually the same ones. Sometimes there's a couple of different ones, but these guys are pretty cool, and they work with what you call a shadow government, because if you're in their names right now, they come up as non-existent. So you know, of course, you know, but uh, they told me, man, I had a full facial picture and the full hand coming at me. I had everything as clear as I am to you right now. It's as clear as that video was. I mean, I had everything. I couldn't have it. Won't give it to me. They give me my camera back, but won't give me the SD card. So it's like, you know.
We were on a live with you, Jim, and they knocked on your door to tell you to quit talking.
Yeah. That's right, they did.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
Just like on live stream with
No,
when
they would do that.
went missing.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're always watching me. I'll probably hear something about telling you that they fly old Hueys, and I'll probably everything I've told you. I'll hear something about it eventually.
Sir,
Take stop dusters too and spray you. That's what they've done to us before.
Yeah. And then when you complain about the crap duster, the guy in the crap duster, oh, I just sprayed the wrong area. Sorry, you know, and it'd be just, you know, how you gonna spray the wrong area when there ain't no crap duster? It's all trees. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
You know,
Nothing.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. You know they're bad. They're bad.
Yeah.
And they cover up because we had another friend on before, and he was telling the story when he had to put 2 of them down, and this was years ago.
Yeah.
But Utah. He still had to put 2 of them down for some other people, like the sheriffs and the game rangers, because they couldn't do it. They were too nervous and scared and urinating. But
they called him to do it.
He had to put 2 down for this. And he was telling us that, you know, they suspended his license. They interfered with him. They interviewed him so much. They had his friend who was a lifetime friend. All of a sudden, he don't know him.
He changed identities just to stop the harassment.
So he had to move, and this happened, I'm not sure how many years back, but he just had to get like his license renewed in another state, and it come up suspended from that time a long time ago. Yeah. So he had to talk with them, and they released it so now that he can get his license, but that hold was still on for something that was supposedly never happened.
He didn't even do anything wrong, and these were 2 Bigfoot that were in a dumpster at an apartment complex.
Yeah.
So they called him in to dispatch what they told him were bears, and that's also why, Jim, too, we want you to be really, really careful when you go. Anybody inviting you out, like going up North Ray Road and all that. There are any traps set specifically for you by the human predators, by these characters. This guy, so he had to shoot those 2, and then they treated him like a criminal, just about destroyed his life for a long time.
Well, my whole role in the Brave Road thing is the tracking. I just do the tracking. I don't do any shooting. Everyone else does the shooting, but I'm just a tracker. So it's like I'm just the one that tracks.
Yeah, we just don't want you walking into an ambush set by anyone, and they just say, "Well, what happened to Jim? We don't know. He just disappeared out there." That's all we're saying.
Well, I'm pretty. Trust me. I got one eye on that, because I thought about that too. I really did, because that would be. See, I'm thinking about going up there and doing a video myself, and they'll probably yell at me for it because I'm under contract with them now to help them out. I think I'm just gonna go up there unannounced to them, and just go up there and do a video. I won't be able to go on. I won't be able to go on anybody's land because I won't have any permission for if I go up there by myself. And of course, they'll probably get mad when they see the video because I won't even contact them when I go up there. and that would be breach of contract with them. But I don't care. I don't trust them. I really don't. I really don't trust them. So it's like,
Yeah.
you know, I mean,
They
we keep postponing it.
I don't either.
have other,
Any
oh yeah.
Right.
the G word.
Yeah.
You're right,
But
Lorna.
don't they have like a no kill Bigfoot law or something where you're going to be at or
In
something?
Michigan?
No, no, in Wisconsin.
Oh, Wisconsin. Yeah.
Okay.
No, they actually in Wisconsin. If you kill Bigfoot, it's basically you didn't kill nothing because they only exist up there.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone has it as they don't exist. So if you kill Bigfoot, all you did was discharge a firearm without permission or without a license or whatever. But they have no. I mean, but actually, what I'm going up to study is something I've heard about. I've studied once in a while, and that is a dogman. Dogmen are known in Wisconsin.
Right.
They're a completely different breed, and they're 10 times more aggressive than Bigfoot. So this is what I'm going after for the first time. It's a
You're so
dogman.
brave.
If you ever get to watch, if you ever get to watch the movie the Beast of Bray Road,
Yeah, I've watched it.
I watched
okay,
it.
that's basically what I'm going after.
Yeah.
That is what I'm going after. So, and
Yeah.
Bray Road's actually only 30 miles from me. I had no idea it was that close. I knew it was close to me. It's only 30 miles from me. If I would have known that, I would have been up there a while ago. You know. And there is a town just south of there called Bigfootville. I had no idea that was there either. They got Bigfoot High School, Bigfoot
Yeah, I
Restaurant.
heard of it.
Well, I haven't, you know, I live right here, so it's like, you know, and so I want to go up and explore all that whole area and do some videos or something, you know, and but yeah, I want to go up to Bray Road. Bray Road is a dogman situation, and dogmen have been known to literally attack cars and attack people, attack anything. They ain't afraid to jump through people's windows. They ain't afraid to, and so these creatures don't like car horns. So that's the only defense you got against these creatures. Because apparently you shoot at them and you gotta like empty a clip just to bring them down. So it's like they're pretty vicious. So but these are what I'm going to go study and hunt for the very first time, so by myself. So it's like,
You know what? You were talking about how they don't exist, so they can't file on you for shooting it. But
yep.
our tracker in Alabama, they try to make you say there's a bear attack, and then if they can get you to file a false police report, which is what they're asking essentially, for you to lie and say it was a bear or wild dogs or wild hogs or whatever their choice of the week is in that area.
Yeah.
And they can get you, if you do try to talk, they can say that you filing a false police report or bear.
I'm actually ready for that, because if they say, if they try to, if I am having to shoot one or shoot at one and someone sees me, I just say, well, my gun misfired. Sorry, I didn't know. And see, as long as I say my gun misfired, I didn't shoot nothing.
Yeah.
You know.
We're gonna wrap it up. We're coming up on 4 hours.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Had too much fun.
Do you have anything?
Great talking to you.
Oh yeah.
I want to get down there to Shreveport or wherever you're at. I want to get down there and study those. Those sounds like the more of you got. Well, you got Bigfoot down there. I can tell from the stories, but you got what's called a Ursula. They're kind of a new hybrid. Another new hybrid. They're mixed between a dogman and a Bigfoot, and they're known for in the southern part there, and the southern part of the United States. I mean, they were first discovered in, what was it, Arkansas? They were first discovered in Arkansas. They were like they looked like a Bigfoot, but they got the beak of a dogman, but they look more like with a short neck, like a Bigfoot. So it's like, it's just I've seen one time. I've seen one. Actually, I've seen them a couple times, and they're pretty aggressive. But at the same time, they're also docile. So it's kind of interesting when you tell me the stories that some of the behavior. I listen for the behavior, what the behavior these creatures are. Your son comes running up the street to the street light. The creature doesn't come at him at the street light. Now that would be a Bigfoot. However, your silhouette would come up right to the street light and not come into the light at all, but would come to the edge of the light. A Bigfoot would not even come to the edge of the light. So,
East Texas, the Polk County area has a lot of the walking wolves. We call them walking wolves.
yeah.
But that whole area, hyena variety to the ones that look like Van Helsing.
Yeah. Yep.
But a lot of dog men in East Texas.
Well, I got to go. I got people calling me. I knew they would. I knew they'd be calling me. So
thank you to everyone. Close the prayer real quick.
Jim has
have
special.
a good night. Thanks for having me.
You bet.
Thank you, Jim.
Have a good night.
God
Take
bless
care.
you all.
Be safe.
Yeah, you guys be safe.
We'll close and then we'll head out.
And good night to everybody. Thank you to everybody. Thanks for staying for.
Thank you.
And,
And B.
Father, we pray your hand of protection over every one of these people. We pray that Tracker B be safe on her way to and from work, and that you will open a way and find the most perfect place for them so that they don't have to live in an area that's so infested with these different varieties of monsters. Lord, take care of them, and just take everyone that's in this stream tonight, Lord, and those who will watch it in the future. We love you, and thank you, Lord, for your hand over this channel, for this opportunity to talk to people. We pray that everyone gets a good night's rest and no dreaming unless it's dreams directly from you, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
And thank you, Lorna. Thank
Yeah,
you,
You
B.
bet. It was fun.
You work in the morning, B?
You're welcome. Oh yes, I gotta be in Shreveport by 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay. All right, then. We better let you all go.
And Lorna, we'll see y'all in class. Everybody, we'll see y'all in class in the Southpaw Cubinator. Everyone who's here with us, we're going to see you in class again. Let's see anything we got coming up. Monday's the tracker. Tuesday's the tracker meeting. But we're going to try to get also, like we was talking about with Brian and Ross. Also, we're trying to get them also.
Yeah.
There's a few more people. And there's actually some people that we really want to get on. They have a lot of information, but we want to get our book out first, so it doesn't look like we're taking information from what they're doing. They have almost the same information. We just have a little bit more expanded information, more detailed. But we don't want to have people think that we took that from someone else. So we're going to wait until after the book's out to have these certain guests on. And then everybody can look at whatever page that we're talking about. We just don't want to look like anything's coming from anybody else.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, everyone.
Great.
People that came in here tonight.
And B, we're going to be back with you again, and call us anytime. Actually, any of the trackers, any tracker training candidates that need to talk with us, you can call us anytime. You all know that. We will answer or help in any way.
And other people in the stream, too. If you got something going on.
Yeah, if you got something going
Get a hold of
on,
us.
activity, get a hold of us, and we'll help you with that also.
See what we can do. Y'all have a good evening.
Yeah.
All right, good night.
All right.
Good night, everybody.
All right.
Bye.
Great night. Prayers.
I want to be and all the people. Everyone have a great night.
All the people.
We're going to go ahead and close up with the short.
And we do hope
ending
to slow things down a
into-
little bit, not travel so much, so we can get back to doing more live streams again.
Yeah.
It'd be awesome.
Yeah. We like to do all these interviews, and if people just bear with us a little bit, we're almost through with the course, the training course. We're almost through with the
Free up a
book.
little time.
We're almost through it.
Good night, everyone.
Okay.
Great.
Awesome.
And we love you all. And we really appreciated everyone coming on and helping us tonight.
Yes, thank you.
All right, Lorna.
Thank you for
B,
that.
Okay.
Jim,
Would she call
Night
herself
Stars.
tonight? Yeah, Night Stars.
Night stars. Yes.
All
okay,
right.
we're gonna do this video, and we'll see y'all again very soon. Have a good night, Lorna. Have a good night.
Okay. You bet.
Good night.
Night.
Bye.
Ooh, my phone.
Bye.
So we're on our way in a snowstorm to go try to find someone that's lost in the woods. You gotta say a prayer. Well, that turned out to be a good one, huh? I'm glad